Section 12 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 10, The Captain's Story.
There was a good deal of pleasant gossip about old Captain Hurricane Jones of the Pacific Ocean, peace to his ashes. 2 or 3 of us present had known him. I particularly well, for I had made 4 sea voyages with him. He was a very remarkable man. He was born on a ship. He picked up what little education he had among his shipmates. He began life in the forecastle and climbed grade by grade to the captaincy. More than 50 years of his 65 were spent at sea. He had sailed all oceans, seen all lands, and borrowed a tint from all climates. When a man has been 50 years at sea, he necessarily knows nothing of men, nothing of the world but its surface, nothing of the world's thought, nothing of the world's learning but its ABC, and that blurred and distorted by the unfocused lenses of an untrained mind. Such a man is only a gray and bearded child. That is what old Hurricane Jones was, simply an innocent, lovable old infant. When his spirit was in repose, he was as sweet and gentle as a girl. When his wrath was up, he was a hurricane that made his nickname seem tamely descriptive. He was formidable in a fight, for he was of powerful build and dauntless courage. He was frescoed from head to heel with pictures and mottos tattooed in red and blue India ink. I was with him one voyage when he got his last vacant space tattooed. This vacant space was around his left ankle. During 3 days he stumped about the ship with his ankle bare and swollen, and this legend gleaming red and angry out from a clouding of India ink: "Virtue is its own R''D." There was lack of room. He was deeply and sincerely pious, and swore like a fishwoman. He considered swearing blameless, because sailors would not understand an order unillumined by it. He was a profound biblical scholar. That is, he thought he was. He believed everything in the Bible, but he had his own methods of arriving at his beliefs. He was of the advanced school of thinkers, and applied natural laws to the interpretation of all miracles, somewhat on the plan of the people who make the 6 days of creation 6 geological epochs, and so forth. Without being aware of it, he was a rather severe satire on modern scientific religionists. Such a man as I have been describing is rabidly fond of disquisition and argument. One knows that without being told it. One trip the captain had a clergyman on board, but did not know he was a clergyman, since the passenger list did not betray the fact. He took a great liking to this Reverend Mr. Peters, and talked with him a great deal, told him yarns, gave him toothsome scraps of personal history, and wove a glittering streak of profanity through his garrulous fabric that was refreshing to a spirit weary of the dull neutralities of undecorated speech. One day the captain said, "Peters, do you ever read the Bible?" Well, yes. I judge it ain't often by the way you say it. Now, you tackle it in dead earnest once, and you'll find it'll pay. Don't get discouraged, but hang right on. First, you won't understand it, but by and by things will begin to clear up, and then you wouldn't lay it down to eat.
Yes, I have heard that said.
And it's so, too. There ain't a book that begins with it. It lays over 'em all, Peters. There's some pretty tough things in it. There ain't any getting around that. But you stick to them and think them out, and when once you get on the inside everything's plain as day.
The miracles, too, Captain?
Yes, sir, the miracles, too. Every one of them. Now, there's that business with the prophets of Baal. Like enough that stumped you.
Well, I don't know, but
own up now. It stumped you. Well, I don't wonder. You hadn't had any experience in raveling such things out, and naturally it was too many for you. Would you like to have me explain that thing to you, and show you how to get at the meat of these matters?
Indeed I would, Captain, if you don't mind. Then the captain proceeded as follows.
I'll do it with pleasure. First, you see, I read and read, and thought, till I got to understand what sort of people they were in the old Bible times, and then after that it was clear and easy. Now this was the way I put it up concerning Isaac
(this was the captain's own mistake)
and the prophets of Baal. There was some mighty sharp men amongst the public characters of that old ancient day, and Isaac was one of them. Isaac had his failings, plenty of them, too. It ain't for me to apologize for Isaac. He played on the prophets of Baal, and like enough he was justifiable, considering the odds that was against him. No, all I say is 'twasn't any miracle, and that I'll show you so's you can see it yourself. Well, times had been getting rougher and rougher for prophets, that is, prophets of Isaac's denomination. There were 450 prophets of Baal in the community, and only one Presbyterian. That is, if Isaac was a Presbyterian, which I reckon he was, but it don't say. Naturally, the prophets of Baal took all the trade. Isaac was pretty low-spirited, I reckon, but he was a good deal of a man. No doubt he went a prophesying around, letting on to be doing a land office business, but 'twasn't any use. He couldn't run any opposition to amount to anything. By and by things got desperate with him. He sets his head to work and thinks it all out, and then what does he do? Why, he begins to throw out hints that the other parties are this and that and t'other. Nothing very definite, maybe, but just kind of undermining their reputation in a quiet way. This made talk, of course, and finally got to the king. The king asked Isaac what he meant by his talk. Says Isaac, "Oh, nothing particular, only can they pray down fire from heaven on an altar? It ain't much, maybe, your majesty, only can they do it? That's the idea." So the king was a good deal disturbed, and he went to the prophets of Baal, and they said, pretty airy, that if he had an altar ready, they were ready, and they intimated he better get it insured, too. So next morning all the children of Israel, and their parents, and the other people gathered themselves together. Well, here was that great crowd of prophets of Baal packed together on one side, and Isaac walking up and down all alone on the other, putting up his job. When time was called, Isaac let on to be comfortable and indifferent, told the other team to take the first innings. So they went at it, the whole 450 praying around the altar, very hopeful, and doing their level best. They prayed an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and so on, plumb till noon. It wasn't any use. They hadn't took a trick. Of course they felt kind of ashamed before all those people, and well they might. Now, what would a magnanimous man do? Keep still, wouldn't he? Of course. What did Isaac do? He gravelled the prophets of Baal every way he could think of. Says he, "You don't speak up loud enough. Your God's asleep like enough. Or maybe he's taking a walk. You want to holler, you know." Or words to that effect. I don't recollect the exact language. Mind, I don't apologize for Isaac. He had his faults. Well, the prophets of Baal prayed along the best they knew how all the afternoon, and never raised a spark. At last, about sundown, they were all tuckered out, and they owned up and quit. What does Isaac do now? He steps up and says to some friends of his there, "Pour 4 barrels of water on the altar." Everybody was astonished, for the other side had prayed at it dry, you know, and got whitewashed. They poured it on. Says he, "Heave on 4 more barrels." Then he says, "Heave on 4 more." 12 barrels, you see, altogether. The water ran all over the altar and all down the sides, and filled up a trench around it that would hold a couple of hogsheads. Measures, it says. I reckon it means about a hogshead. Some of the people were going to put on their things and go, for they allowed he was crazy. They didn't know Isaac. Isaac knelt down and began to pray. He strung along and strung along about the heathen in distant lands, and about the sister churches, and about the state and the country at large, and about those that's in authority in government, and all the usual program, you know, till everybody had got tired and gone to thinking about something else. And then, all of a sudden, when nobody was noticing, he outs with a match and rakes it on the underside of his leg, and poof, up the whole thing blazes like a house fire. 12 barrels of water? Petroleum, sir. Petroleum, that's what it was.
Petroleum, Captain?
Yes, sir. The country was full of it. Isaac knew all about that. You read the Bible. Don't you worry about the tough places. They ain't tough when you come to think them out and throw light on them. There ain't a thing in the Bible but what is true. All you want is to go prayerfully to work and cipher out how 'twas done.
End of Chapter 10, The Captain's Story, read by John Greenman. Section 13 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 11, Stirring Times in Austria, Part 1, The Government in the Frying Pan. Here in Vienna, in these closing days of 1897, one's blood gets no chance to stagnate. The atmosphere is brimful of political electricity. All conversation is political. Every man is a battery, with brushes overworn, and gives out blue sparks when you set him going on the common topic. Everybody has an opinion, and lets you have it frank and hot, and out of this multitude of counsel you get merely confusion and despair.
for no one really understands this political situation, or can tell you what is going to be the outcome of it. Things have happened here recently which would set any country but Austria on fire from end to end, and upset the government to a certainty. But no one feels confident that such results will follow here. Here, apparently, one must wait and see what will happen. Then he will know, and not before. Guessing is idle. Guessing cannot help the matter. This is what the wise tell you. They all say it. They say it every day, and it is the sole detail upon which they all agree. There is some approach to agreement upon another point, that there will be no revolution. Men say, "Look at our history. Revolutions have not been in our line. And look at our political map. Its construction is unfavorable to an organized uprising, and without unity what could a revolt accomplish? It is disunion which has held our empire together for centuries, and what it has done in the past it may continue to do now and in the future." The most intelligible sketch I have encountered of this unintelligible arrangement of things was contributed to the Traveller's Record by Mr. Forrest Morgan of Hartford 3 years ago. He says: "The Austro-Hungarian monarchy is the patchwork quilt, the Midway Plaisance, the national chain-gang of Europe. A state that is not a nation, but a collection of nations, some with national memories and aspirations, and others without, some occupying distinct provinces almost purely their own, and others mixed with alien races, but each with a different language, and each mostly holding the others foreigners, as much as if the link of a common government did not exist. Only one of its races even now comprises so much as 1/4 of the whole, and not another so much as 1/6, and each has remained for ages as unchanged in isolation, however mingled together in locality, as globules of oil in water. There is nothing else in the modern world that is nearly like it, though there have been plenty in past ages. It seems unreal and impossible, even though we know it is true. It violates all our feeling as to what a country should be in order to have a right to exist, and it seems as though it was too ramshackle to go on holding together any length of time. Yet it has survived, much in its present shape, 2 centuries of storms that have swept perfectly unified countries from existence, and others that have brought it to the verge of ruin, has survived formidable European coalitions to dismember it, and has steadily gained force after each, forever changing in its exact make-up, losing in the West, but gaining in the East. The changes leave the structure as firm as ever, like the dropping off and adding on of logs in a raft, its mechanical union of pieces showing all the vitality of genuine national life." Well, that seems to confirm and justify the prevalent Austrian faith that in this confusion of unrelated and irreconcilable elements, this condition of incurable disunion, there is strength, for the government. Nearly every day some one explains to me that a revolution would not succeed here. It couldn't, you know. Broadly speaking, all the nations in the empire hate the government, but they all hate each other too, and with devoted and enthusiastic bitterness. No two of them can combine. The nation that rises must rise alone. Then the others would joyfully join the government against her, and she would have just a fly's chance against a combination of spiders. This government is entirely independent. It can go its own road and do as it pleases. It has nothing to fear. In countries like England and America, where there is one tongue and the public interests are common, the government must take account of public opinion. But in Austria-Hungary there are 19 public opinions, one for each state. No, 2 or 3 for each state, since there are 2 or 3 nationalities in each. A government cannot satisfy all these public opinions. It can only go through the motions of trying. This government does that. It goes through the motions, and they do not succeed. But that does not worry the government much. The next man will give you some further information. The government has a policy, a wise one, and sticks steadily to it. This policy is tranquility. Keep this hive of excitable nations as quiet as possible. Encourage them to amuse themselves with things less inflammatory than politics. To this end it furnishes them an abundance of Catholic priests to teach them to be docile and obedient, and to be diligent in acquiring ignorance about things here below, and knowledge about the kingdom of heaven, to whose historic delights they are going to add the charm of their society by and by. And further, to this same end, it cools off the newspapers every morning at 5 o'clock whenever warm events are happening. There is a censor of the press, and apparently he is always on duty and hard at work. A copy of each morning paper is brought to him at 5 o'clock. His official wagons wait at the doors of the newspaper offices and scud to him with the first copies that come from the press. His company of assistants read every line in these papers and mark everything which seems to have a dangerous look. Then he passes final judgment upon these markings. 2 things conspire to give to the results a capricious and unbalanced look. His assistants have diversified notions as to what is dangerous and what isn't. He can't get time to examine their criticisms in much detail, and so sometimes the very same matter which is suppressed in one paper fails to be damned in another one, and gets published in full feather and unmodified. Then the paper in which it was suppressed blandly copies the forbidden matter into its evening edition, provokingly giving credit and detailing all the circumstances in courteous and inoffensive language, and of course the censor cannot say a word. Sometimes the censor sucks all the blood out of a newspaper and leaves it colorless and inane. Sometimes he leaves it undisturbed, and lets it talk out its opinions with a frankness and vigor hardly to be surpassed, I think, in the journals of any country. apparently the censor sometimes revises his verdicts upon second thought, for several times lately he has suppressed journals after their issue and partial distribution. The distributed copies are then sent for by the censor and destroyed. I have two of these, but at the time they were sent for I could not remember what I had done with them. If the censor did his work before the morning edition was printed, he would be less of an inconvenience than he is. But of course the papers cannot wait many minutes after 5 o'clock to get his verdict. They might as well go out of business as do that. So they print and take the chances. Then if they get caught by a suppression they must strike out the condemned matter and print the edition over again. That delays the issue several hours, and is expensive besides. The government gets the suppressed edition for nothing. If it bought it, that would be joyful, and would give great satisfaction. Also, the edition would be larger. Some of the papers do not replace the condemned paragraphs with other matter. They merely snatch them out and leave blanks behind, mourning blanks marked confiscated. The government discourages the dissemination of newspaper information in other ways. For instance, it does not allow newspapers to be sold on the streets. Therefore the newsboy is unknown in Vienna, and there is a stamp duty of nearly a cent upon each copy of a newspaper's issue. Every American paper that reaches me has a stamp upon it, which has been pasted there in the post office or downstairs in the hotel office, but no matter who put it there, I have to pay for it, and that is the main thing. Sometimes friends send me so many papers that it takes all I can earn that week to keep this government going. I must take passing notice of another point in the government's measures for maintaining tranquillity. Everybody says it does not like to see any individual attain to commanding influence in the country, since such a man can become a disturber and an inconvenience. "We have as much talent as the other nations," says the citizen resignedly and without bitterness, "but for the sake of the general good of the country we are discouraged from making it over conspicuous, and not only discouraged, but tactfully and skillfully prevented from doing it if we show too much persistence. Consequently, we have no renowned men. In centuries we have seldom produced one, that is, seldom allowed one to produce himself. We can say today what no other nation of first importance in the family of Christian civilizations can say, that there exists no Austrian who has made an enduring name for himself which is familiar all around the globe." Another helper toward tranquillity is the army. It is as pervasive as the atmosphere. It is everywhere. All the mentioned creators, promoters, and preservers of the public tranquillity do their several shares in the quieting work. They make a restful and comfortable serenity and reposefulness. This is disturbed sometimes for a little while. A mob assembles to protest against something. It gets noisy, noisier, still noisier, finally too noisy, Then the persuasive soldiery come charging down upon it, and in a few minutes all is quiet again, and there is no mob. There is a Constitution, and there is a Parliament. The House draws its membership of 425 deputies from the 19 or 20 states heretofore mentioned. These men represent peoples who speak 11 languages. That means 11 distinct varieties of jealousies, hostilities, and warring interests. This could be expected to furnish forth a parliament of a pretty inharmonious sort, and make legislation difficult at times. And it does that. The Parliament is split up into many parties: the Clericals, the Progressists, the German Nationalists, the Young Czechs, the Social Democrats, the Christian Socialists, and some others, and it is difficult to get up working combinations among them. They prefer to fight apart sometimes. The recent troubles have grown out of Count Badeni's necessities. He could not carry on his government without a majority vote in the House at his back, and in order to secure it he had to make a trade of some sort. He made it with the Czechs, the Bohemians. The terms were not easy for him. He must pass a bill making the Czech tongue the official language in Bohemia in place of the German. This created a storm. All the Germans in Austria were incensed. In numbers they form but a fourth part of the empire's population, but they urge that the country's public business should be conducted in one common tongue, and that tongue a world language, which German is. However, Badeni secured his majority. The German element in Parliament was apparently become helpless. The Czech deputies were exultant. Then the music began. Badeni's voyage, instead of being smooth, was disappointingly rough from the start. The government must get the Ausgleich through. It must not fail. Badeni's majority was ready to carry it through, but the minority was determined to obstruct it and delay it until the obnoxious Czech language measure should be shelved. The Ausgleich is an adjustment, arrangement, settlement, which holds Austria and Hungary together. It dates from 1867 and has to be renewed every 10 years. It establishes the share which Hungary must pay toward the expenses of the imperial government. Hungary is a kingdom. The Emperor of Austria is its king, and has its own parliament and governmental machinery, but it has no foreign office, and it has no army. At least its army is a part of the imperial army, is paid out of the imperial treasury, and is under the control of the imperial war office. The 10-year rearrangement was due a year ago, but failed to connect, at least completely. A year's compromise was arranged. A new arrangement must be effected before the last day of this year. Otherwise the two countries become separate entities. The Emperor would still be King of Hungary, that is, king of an independent foreign country. There would be Hungarian custom houses on the Austrian frontier, and there would be a Hungarian army and a Hungarian foreign office. Both countries would be weakened by this. Both would suffer damage. The opposition in the House, although in the minority, had a good weapon to fight with in the pending Ausgleich. If it could delay the Ausgleich a few weeks, the government would doubtless have to withdraw the hated language bill or lose Hungary. The opposition began its fight. Its arms were the rules of the House. It was soon manifest that by applying these rules ingeniously it could make the majority helpless, and keep it so as long as it pleased. It could shut off business every now and then with a motion to adjourn. It could require the ayes and noes on the motion, and use up 30 minutes on that detail. It could call for the reading and verification of the minutes of the preceding meeting, and use up half a day in that way. It could require that several of its members be entered upon the list of permitted speakers previously to the opening of a sitting, and as there is no time limit, further delays could thus be accomplished. These were all lawful weapons, and the men of the opposition, technically called the Left, were within their rights in using them. They used them to such dire purpose that all parliamentary business was paralyzed. The Right, the government side, could accomplish nothing. Then it had a saving idea. This idea was a curious one. It was to have the President and the Vice Presidents of the Parliament trample the rules underfoot upon occasion. This for a profoundly embittered minority constructed out of fire and gun cotton. It was time for idle strangers to go and ask leave to look down out of a gallery and see what would be the result of it. End of Stirring Times in Austria, Part 1, The Government in the Frying Pan. Read by John Greenman. Section 14 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 11, Stirring Times in Austria, Part 2, A Memorable Sitting. And now took place that memorable sitting of the House, which broke 2 records. It lasted the best part of 2 days and a night, surpassing by half an hour the longest sitting known to the world's previous parliamentary history, and breaking the long speech record with Dr. Lecker's 12-hour effort, the longest flow of unbroken talk that ever came out of one mouth since the world began. At 8:45 on the evening of the 28th of October, when the House had been sitting a few minutes short of 10 hours, Dr. Lecker was granted the floor. It was a good place for theatrical effects. I think that no other Senate House is so shapely as this one, or so richly and showily decorated. Its plan is that of an opera house. Up toward the straight side of it, the stage side, rise a couple of terraces of desks for the ministry and the official clerks or secretaries, terraces 30 feet long, and each supporting about half a dozen desks with spaces between them. Above these is the President's terrace against the wall. Along it are distributed the proper accommodations for the presiding officer and his assistants. The wall is of richly colored marble, highly polished, its paneled sweep relieved by fluted columns and pilasters of distinguished grace and dignity, which glow softly and frostily in the electric light. Around the spacious half-circle of the floor bends the great two-storied curve of the boxes, its frontage elaborately ornamented and sumptuously gilded. On the floor of the house the 425 desks radiate fanwise from the President's tribune. The galleries are crowded on this particular evening, for word has gone about that the Ausgleich is before the House, that the President, Ritter von Abrahamowitz, has been throttling the rules, that the opposition are in an inflammable state in consequence, and that the night session is likely to be of an exciting sort. The gallery guests are fashionably dressed, and the finery of the women makes a bright and pretty show under the strong electric light. But down on the floor there is no costumery. The deputies are dressed in day clothes, some of the clothes neat and trim, others not. There may be 3 members in evening dress, but not more. There are several Catholic priests in their long black gowns and with crucifixes hanging from their necks. No member wears his hat. One may see by these details that the aspects are not those of an evening sitting of an English House of Commons, but rather those of a sitting of our House of Representatives. In his high place sits the President, Abrahamowitz, object of the opposition's limitless hatred. He is sunk back in the depths of his armchair and has his chin down. He brings the ends of his spread fingers together in front of his breast, and reflectively taps them together with the air of one who would like to begin business, but must wait and be as patient as he can. It makes you think of Richelieu. Now and then he swings his head up to the left or to the right, and answers something which someone has bent down to say to him. Then he taps his fingers again. He looks tired, and maybe a trifle harassed. He is a gray-haired, long, slender man, with a colorless, long face, which, in repose, suggests a death mask, but when not in repose is tossed and rippled by a turbulent smile which washes this way and that, and is not easy to keep up with. A pious smile, a holy smile, a saintly smile, a deprecating smile, a beseeching and supplicating smile. And when it is at work, the large mouth opens and the flexible lips crumple and unfold and crumple again, and move around in a genial and persuasive and angelic way, and expose large glimpses of the teeth. And that interrupts the sacredness of the smile, and gives it momentarily a mixed worldly and political and satanic cast. It is a most interesting face to watch. And then the long hands and the body, they furnish great and frequent help to the face in the business of adding to the force of the statesman's words. To change the tense. At the time of which I have just been speaking, the crowds in the galleries were gazing at the stage and the pit with rapt interest and expectancy. One half of the great fan of desks was in effect empty, vacant. In the other half several hundred members were bunched and jammed together as solidly as the bristles in a brush, and they also were waiting and expecting. Presently the chair delivered this utterance: "Dr. Lesher has the floor." Then burst out such another wild and frantic and deafening clamor as has not been heard on this planet since the last time the Comanches surprised a white settlement at midnight. Yells from the left counter yells from the right, explosions of yells from all sides at once, and all the air sawed and pawed and clawed and cloven by a writhing confusion of gesturing arms and hands. Out of the midst of this thunder and turmoil and tempest rose Dr. Lesher, serene and collected, and the providential length of him enabled his head to show out above it. He began his 12-hour speech. At any rate, his lips could be seen to move, and that was evidence. On high sat the President imploring order, with his long hands put together as in prayer, and his lips visibly but not hearably speaking. At intervals he grasped his bell and swung it up and down with vigor, adding its keen clamor to the storm weltering there below. Dr. Lesher went on with his pantomime speech, contented, untroubled. Here and there, and now and then, powerful voices burst above the din, and delivered an ejaculation that was heard. Then the din ceased for a moment or two, and gave opportunity to hear what the chair might answer. Then the noise broke out again. Apparently the President was being charged with all sorts of illegal exercises of power in the interest of the right, the government side. Among these, with arbitrarily closing an order of business before it was finished, with an unfair distribution of the right to the floor, with refusal of the floor upon quibble and protest to members entitled to it, with stopping a speaker's speech upon quibble and protest, and with other transgressions of the rules of the House. One of the interrupters, who made himself heard, was a young fellow of slight build and neat dress, who stood a little apart from the solid crowd and leaned negligently, with folded arms and feet crossed, against a desk. Trim and handsome, strong face and thin features, black hair roughed up, parsimonious mustache, resonant great voice of good tone and pitch. It is Wolfe, capable and hospitable with sword and pistol, fighter of the recent duel with Count Badeni, the head of the government. He shot Badeni through the arm, and then walked over in the politest way and inspected his game, shook hands, expressed regret, and all that. Out of him came early this thundering peal, audible above the storm: "I demand the floor. I wish to offer a motion." In the sudden lull which followed, the President answered, "Dr. Lesher has the floor." Wolfe: "I move the close of the sitting." P. "Representative Lesher has the floor." Stormy outburst from the left, that is, the opposition. Wolfe: "I demand the floor for the introduction of a formal motion." Pause. "Mr. President, are you going to grant it or not?" Crash of approval from the left. "I will keep on demanding the floor till I get it." P. "I call Representative Wolfe to order. Dr. Lesher has the floor." Wolfe: "Mr. President, are you going to observe the rules of this House?" Tempest of applause and confused ejaculations from the left, a boom and roar which long endured and stopped all business for the time being. Dr. von Pessler: "By the rules, motions are in order, and the Chair must put them to vote." For answer the President, who is a Pole (I make this remark in passing), began to jangle his bell with energy at the moment that wild pandemonium of voices burst out again. Wolf, hearable above the storm: "Mr. President, I demand the floor. We intend to find out, here and now, which is the hardest, a Pole's skull or a German's." This brought out a perfect cyclone of satisfaction from the left. In the midst of it some one again moved an adjournment. The President blandly answered that Dr. Lecher had the floor, which was true, and he was speaking, too, calmly, earnestly, and argumentatively, and the official stenographers had left their places and were at his elbows taking down his words, he leaning and orating into their ears, a most curious and interesting scene. Dr. von Pessler to the Chair: "Do not drive us to extremities." The tempest burst out again. Yells of approval from the left, catcalls, and ironical laughter from the right. At this point a new and most effective noisemaker was pressed into service. Each desk has an extension consisting of a removable board 18 inches long, 6 wide, and a ½ inch thick. A member pulled one of these out and began to belabor the top of his desk with it. Instantly other members followed suit, and perhaps you can imagine the result. Of all conceivable rackets it is the most ear-splitting, intolerable, and altogether fiendish. The persecuted President leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, clasped his hands in his lap, and a look of pathetic resignation crept over his long face. It is the way a country schoolmaster used to look in days long past, when he had refused his school a holiday, and it had risen against him in ill-mannered riot and violence and insurrection. Twice a motion to adjourn had been offered, a motion always in order in other houses, and doubtless so in this one also. The President had refused to put these motions. By consequence he was not in a pleasant place now, and was having a right hard time. Votes upon motions, whether carried or defeated, could make endless delay, and postpone the Ausgleich to next century. In the midst of these sorrowful circumstances, and this hurricane of yells and screams and satanic clatter of desk boards, Representative Dr. Kronawetter unfeelingly reminds the Chair that a motion has been offered, and adds, "Say yes or no. What do you sit there for, and give no answer?" P. After I have given a speaker the floor, I cannot give it to another. After Dr. Lecher is through, I will put your motion. Storm of indignation from the left. Wolf to the Chair: "Thunder and lightning! Look at the rule governing the case." Kronawetter: "I move the close of the sitting, and I demand the ayes and noes." Dr. Lecher: "Mr. President, have I the floor?" P. You have the floor. Wolf to the Chair, in a stentorian voice which cleaves its way through the storm: "It is by such brutalities as these that you drive us to extremities. Are you waiting till someone shall throw into your face the word that shall describe what you are bringing about? That is revolution. Tempest of insulted fury from the right. Is that what you are waiting for, old gray head? Long continued clatter of desk boards from the left with shouts of "The vote! The vote!" An ironical shout from the right, "Wolf is boss!" Wolf keeps on demanding the floor for his motion. At length, P. I call Representative Wolf to order. Your conduct is unheard of, sir. You forget that you are in a Parliament. You must remember where you are, sir. Applause from the right. Dr. Lecher is still peaceably speaking, the stenographers listening at his lips. Wolf, banging on his desk with his desk board, I demand the floor for my motion. I won't stand this trampling of the rules under foot. No, not if I die for it. I will never yield. You have got to stop me by force. Have I the floor? P. Representative Wolf, what kind of behavior is this? I call you to order again. You should have some regard for your dignity. Dr. Lecher speaks on. Wolf turns upon him with an offensive innuendo. Dr. Lecher. Mr. Wolf, I beg you to refrain from that sort of suggestions. Storm of hand-clapping from the right. This was applause from the enemy, for Lecher himself, like Wolf, was an obstructionist. Wolf growls to Lecher, You can scribble that applause in your album. P. Once more I call Representative Wolf to order. Do not forget that you are a representative, sir. Wolf, slam-banging with his desk-board, I will force this matter. Are you going to grant me the floor or not? And still the sergeant-at-arms did not appear. It was because there wasn't any. It is a curious thing, but the chair has no effectual means of compelling order. After some more interruptions, Wolf, banging with his board, I demand the floor. I will not yield. P. I have no recourse against Representative Wolf. In the presence of behavior like this, it is to be regretted that such is the case. A shout from the right, Throw him out! It is true he had no effective recourse. He had an official called an Ordner, whose help he could invoke in desperate cases, but apparently the Ordner is only a persuader, not a compeller. Apparently he is a sergeant-at-arms who is not loaded. A good enough gun to look at, but not valuable for business. For another 20 or 30 minutes Wolf went on banging with his board and demanding his rights. Then at last the weary President threatened to summon the dread order maker. But both his manner and his words were reluctant. Evidently it grieved him to have to resort to this dire extremity. He said to Wolf, If this goes on, I shall feel obliged to summon the Ordner and beg him to restore order in the House. Wolf. I'd like to see you do it. Suppose you fetch in a few policemen, too. Great tumult. Are you going to put my motion to adjourn or not? Dr. Lecher continues his speech. Wolf accompanies him with his board clatter. The President dispatches the Ordner, Dr. Lang, himself a deputy, on his order-restoring mission. Wolfe, with his board uplifted for defense, confronts the Ordner with a remark which Boss Tweed might have translated into, "Now let's see what you are going to do about it." Noise and tumult all over the house. Wolfe stands upon his rights, and says he will maintain them till he is killed in his tracks. Then he resumes his banging. The President jangles his bell and begs for order, and the rest of the House augments the racket the best it can. Wolfe. I require an adjournment, because I find myself personally threatened. Laughter from the right. Not that I fear for myself. I am only anxious about what will happen to the man who touches me. The Ordner. I am not going to fight with you. Nothing came of the efforts of the angel of peace, and he presently melted out of the scene and disappeared. Wolfe went on with his noise and with his demands that he be granted the floor, resting his board at intervals to discharge criticisms and epithets at the chair. Once he reminded the chairman of his violated promise to grant him, Wolfe, the floor, and said, "Whence I came we call promise breakers rascals," and he advised the chairman to take his conscience to bed with him and use it as a pillow. Another time he said that the chair was making itself ridiculous before all Europe. In fact, some of Wolfe's language was almost unparliamentary. By and by he struck the idea of beating out a tune with his board. Later he decided to stop asking for the floor, and to confer it upon himself. And so he and Dr. Lecher now spoke at the same time, and mingled their speeches with the other noises, and nobody heard either of them. Wolfe rested himself now and then from speech-making by reading, in his clarion voice, from a pamphlet. I will explain that Dr. Lecher was not making a 12-hour speech for pastime, but for an important purpose. It was the government's intention to push the Ausgleich through its preliminary stages in this one sitting, for which it was the order of the day, and then by vote refer it to a select committee. It was the majority's scheme, as charged by the opposition, to drown debate upon the bill by pure noise, drown it out and stop it. The debate being thus ended, the voice upon the reference would follow, with victory for the government. But into the government's calculations had not entered the possibility of a single-barreled speech which should occupy the entire time limit of the sitting, and also get itself delivered in spite of all the noise. Goliah was not expecting David, but David was there, and during 12 hours he tranquilly pulled statistical, historical, and argumentative pebbles out of his scrip and slung them at the giant, and when he was done he was victor, and the day was saved. In the English House an obstructionist has held the floor with Bible readings and other outside matters, but Dr. Lecher could not have that restful and recuperative privilege. He must confine himself strictly to the subject before the House. More than once, when the President could not hear him because of the general tumult, he sent persons to listen and report as to whether the orator was speaking to the subject or not. The subject was a peculiarly difficult one, and it would have troubled any other deputy to stick to it 3 hours without exhausting his ammunition, because It required a vast and intimate knowledge, detailed and particularized knowledge, of the commercial, railroading, financial, and international banking relations existing between two great sovereignties, Hungary and the Empire. But Dr. Lecher is president of the Board of Trade of his city of Brünn, and was master of the situation. His speech was not formally prepared. He had a few notes jotted down for his guidance. He had his facts in his head. His heart was in his work. And for 12 hours he stood there, undisturbed by the clamor around him, and with grace and ease and confidence poured out the riches of his mind in closely reasoned arguments, clothed in eloquent and faultless phrasing. He is a young man of 37. He is tall and well proportioned, and has cultivated and fortified his muscle by mountain climbing. If he were a little handsomer he would sufficiently reproduce for me the Chauncey Depew of the great New England dinner nights of some years ago. He has Depew's charm of manner and graces of language and delivery. There was but one way for Dr. Lecher to hold the floor. He must stay on his legs. If he should sit down to rest a moment, the floor would be taken from him by the enemy in the chair. When he had been talking 3 or 4 hours he himself proposed an adjournment, in order that he might get some rest from his wearing labors, but he limited his motion with the condition that if it was lost he should be allowed to continue his speech, and if it carried he should have the floor at the next sitting. Wolfe was now appeased, and withdrew his own 1,000 times offered motion, and Dr. Lecher's was voted upon and lost, so he went on speaking. By 1 o'clock in the morning excitement and noise-making had tired out nearly everybody but the orator. Gradually the seats of the right underwent depopulation. The occupants had slipped out to the refreshment rooms to eat and drink, or to the corridors to chat. Some one remarked that there was no longer a quorum present, and moved a call of the House. The chair, Vice President Dr. Kramars, refused to put it to vote. There was a small dispute over the legality of this ruling, but the chair held its ground. The left remained on the battlefield to support their champion. He went steadily on with his speech, and always it was strong, virile, felicitous, and to the point. He was earning applause, and this enabled his party to turn that fact to account. Now and then they applauded him a couple of minutes on a stretch, and during that time he could stop speaking and rest his voice without having the floor taken from him. At 1:45 a member of the left demanded that Dr. Lecher be allowed a recess for rest, and said that the chairman was heartless. Dr. Lecher himself asked for 10 minutes. The chair allowed him 5. Before the time had run out Dr. Lecher was on his feet again. Wolfe burst out again with a motion to adjourn, refused by the chair. Wolfe said the whole Parliament wasn't worth a pinch of powder. The chair retorted that that was true in a case where a single member was able to make all parliamentary business impossible. Dr. Lecher continued his speech. The members of the majority went out by detachments from time to time, and took naps upon sofas in the reception rooms, and also refreshed themselves with food and drink, in quantities nearly unbelievable. but the minority stayed loyally by their champion. Some distinguished deputies of the majority stayed by him, too, compelled thereto by admiration of his great performance. When a man has been speaking 8 hours, is it conceivable that he can still be interesting, still fascinating? When Dr. Lecher had been speaking 8 hours he was still compactly surrounded by friends who would not leave him and by foes of all parties who could not, and all hung enchanted and wondering upon his words, and all testified their admiration with constant and cordial outbursts of applause. Surely this was a triumph without precedent in history. During the 12-hour effort friends brought to the orator 3 glasses of wine, 4 cups of coffee, and 1 glass of beer, a most stingy reinforcement of his wasting tissues, but the hostile chair would permit no addition to it. But no matter, the chair could not beat that man. He was a garrison holding a fort, and was not to be starved out. When he had been speaking 8 hours his pulse was 72. When he had spoken 12 it was 100. He finished his long speech in these terms, as nearly as a permissibly free translation can convey them: "I will now hasten to close my examination of the subject. I conceive that we of the left have made it clear to the honorable gentlemen of the other side of the House that we are stirred by no intemperate enthusiasm for this measure in its present shape. What we require and shall fight for with all lawful weapons is a formal, comprehensive, and definitive solution and settlement of these vexed matters. We desire the restoration of the earlier condition of things, the cancellation of all this incapable government's pernicious trades with Hungary, and then release from the sorry burden of the Badeni ministry. I voice the hope, I know not if it will be fulfilled, I voice the deep and sincere and patriotic hope that the committee into whose hands this bill will eventually be committed will take its stand upon high ground, and will return the Ausgleich Provisiorum to this House in a form which shall make it the protector and promoter alike of the great interests involved and of the honor of our fatherland." After a pause, turning toward the government benches: "But in any case, gentlemen of the majority, make sure of this: henceforth, as before, you will find us at our post. The Germans of Austria will neither surrender nor die." Then burst a storm of applause which rose and fell, burst out again and again and again, explosion after explosion, hurricane after hurricane, with no apparent promise of ever coming to an end. And meantime the whole left was surging and weltering about the champion, all bent upon wringing his hand and congratulating him and glorifying him. Finally he got away, and went home and ate 5 loaves and 12 baskets of fishes, read the morning papers, slept 3 hours, took a short drive, then returned to the house and sat out the rest of the 33-hour session. To merely stand up in one spot 12 hours on a stretch is a feat which very few men could achieve. To add to that task the utterance of 100,000 words would be beyond the possibilities of the most of those few. To superimpose the requirement that the words should be put into the form of a compact, coherent, and symmetrical oration would probably rule out the rest of the few, bar Dr. Lecher.
End of Chapter 11, Part 2, A Memorable Sitting. Read by John Greenman. Section 15 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 11, Stirring Times in Austria. Part 3, Curious Parliamentary Etiquette. In consequence of Dr. Lecher's 12-hour speech and the other obstructions furnished by the minority, the famous 33-hour sitting of the House accomplished nothing. The government side had made a supreme effort, assisting itself with all the helps at hand, both lawful and unlawful, yet had failed to get the Ausgleich into the hands of a committee. This was a severe defeat. The right was mortified, the left jubilant. Parliament was adjourned for a week, to let the members cool off, perhaps. A sacrifice of precious time, for but 2 months remained in which to carry the all-important Ausgleich to a consummation. If I have reported the behavior of the House intelligibly, the reader has been surprised at it, and has wondered whence these lawmakers come and what they are made of, and he has probably supposed that the conduct exhibited at the long sitting was far out of the common, and due to special excitement and irritation. As to the make-up of the House, it is this. The deputies come from all the walks of life and from all the grades of society. There are princes, counts, barons, priests, peasants, mechanics, laborers, lawyers, judges, physicians, professors, merchants, bankers, shopkeepers. They are religious men, they are earnest, sincere, devoted, and they hate the Jews. The title of doctor is so common in the House that one may almost say that the deputy who does not bear it is by that reason conspicuous. I am assured that it is not a self-granted title, and not an honorary one, but an earned one; that in Austria it is very seldom conferred as a mere compliment; that in Austria the degrees of Doctor of Music, Doctor of Philosophy, and so on, are not conferred by the seats of learning, and so when an Austrian is called doctor it means that he is either a lawyer or a physician, and that he is not a self-educated man, but is college-bred and has been diplomaed for merit. That answers the question of the constitution of the House. Now as to the House's curious manners. The manners exhibited by this convention of doctors were not at that time being tried as a wholly new experiment. I will go back to a previous sitting in order to show that the deputies had already had some practice. There had been an incident. The dignity of the House had been wounded by improprieties indulged in its presence by a couple of the members.
This matter was placed in the hands of a committee to determine where the guilt lay, and the degree of it, and also to suggest the punishment. The chairman of the committee brought in his report. By this it appeared that, in the course of a speech, Deputy Schrammel said that religion had no proper place in the public schools. It was a private matter. Whereupon Deputy Grigorig shouted, "How about free love?" To this Deputy Iro flung out this retort, "Soda water at the Wimberger." This appeared to deeply offend Deputy Grigorig, who shouted back at Iro, "You cowardly blatherskite, say that again." The committee had sat 3 hours. Grigorig had apologized. Iro had explained. Iro explained that he didn't say anything about soda water at Wimberger. He explained in writing, and was very explicit, "I declare upon my word of honor that I did not say the words attributed to me." Unhappily for his word of honor, it was proved by the official stenographers and by the testimony of several deputies that he did say them. The committee did not officially know why the apparently inconsequential reference to soda water at the Wimberger should move Deputy Grigorig to call the utterer of it a cowardly blatherskite. Still, after proper deliberation, it was of the opinion that the House ought to formally censure the whole business. This verdict seems to have been regarded as sharply severe. I think so because Deputy Dr. Lüger, Burgermeister of Vienna, felt it a duty to soften the blow to his friend Grigorig by showing that the soda water remark was not so innocuous as it might look, that indeed Grigorig's tough retort was justifiable, and he proceeded to explain why. He read a number of scandalous postcards which he intimated had proceeded from Iro, as indicated by the handwriting, though they were anonymous. Some of them were posted to Grigorig at his place of business, and could have been read by all his subordinates. The others were posted to Grigorig's wife. Lüger did not say, but everybody knew, that the cards referred to a matter of town gossip which made Mr. Grigorig a chief actor in a tavern scene where siphon squirting played a prominent and humorous part, and wherein women had a share. There were several of the cards, more than several, in fact. No fewer than 5 were sent in one day. Dr. Lüger read some of them and described others. Some of them had pictures on them, one a picture of a hog with a monstrous snout, and beside it a squirting soda siphon, below it some sarcastic doggerel. Grigorig deals in shirts, cravats, etc. One of the cards bore these words, "Much respected deputy and collar sewer or stealer." Another, "Hurrah for the Christian social work among the women assemblages. Hurrah for the soda squirter." Comment by Dr. Lüger, "I cannot venture to read the rest of that one, nor the signature either." Another, "Would you mind telling me if," comment by Dr. Lüger, "the rest of it is not properly readable?" To Deputy Grigorig's wife, "Much respected Madame Grigorig, the undersigned desires an invitation to the next soda squirt." Comment by Dr. Lüger, "Neither the rest of the card nor the signature can I venture to read to the House, so vulgar are they." The purpose of this card to expose Gregorg to his family was repeated in others of these anonymous missives. The House, by vote, censured the two improper deputies. This may have had a modifying effect upon the phraseology of the membership for a while, and upon its general exuberance also, but it was not for long. As has been seen, it had become lively once more on the night of the long sitting. At the next sitting after the long one there was certainly no lack of liveliness. The President was persistently ignoring the rules of the House in the interest of the Government side, and the minority were in an unappeasable fury about it. The ceaseless din and uproar, the shouting and stamping and desk banging were deafening, but through it all burst voices now and then that made themselves heard. Some of the remarks were of a very candid sort, and I believe that if they had been uttered in our House of Representatives they would have attracted attention. I will insert some samples here, not in their order, but selected on their merits. Dr. Mayredder to the President: You have lied. You conceded the floor to me. Make it good, or you have lied. Mr. Glockner to the President: Leave. Get out. Wolfe, indicating the President: There sits a man to whom a certain title belongs. Unto Wolfe, who is continuously reading in a powerful voice from a newspaper, arrive these personal remarks from the majority: Oh, shut your mouth! Put him out! Out with him! Wolfe stops reading a moment to shout at Dr. Lugar, who has the floor, but cannot get a hearing: Please, betrayer of the people, begin. Dr. Lugar: Meine Herren! Oho! and groans. Wolfe: That's the holy light of the Christian Socialists. Mr. Kletzenbauer, Christian Socialist: Damnation! Are you ever going to quiet down? Wolfe discharges a galling remark at Mr. Wohlmeyer. Wohlmeyer responding: You Jew, you! There is a moment's lull, and Dr. Lugar begins his speech. Graceful, handsome man, with winning manners and attractive bearing, a bright and easy speaker, and is said to know how to trim his political sails to catch any favoring wind that blows. He manages to say a few words. Then the tempest overwhelms him again. Wolfe stops reading his paper a moment to say a drastic thing about Lugar and his Christian social pieties, which sets the C.S.'s in a sort of frenzy. Mr. Wilklogwek: You leave the Christian Socialists alone, you word of honor breaker. Obstruct all you want to, but you leave them alone. You've no business in this House. You belong in a gin mill. Mr. Prochaska: In a lunatic asylum, you mean. Wilolwek: It's a pity that such a man should be leader of the Germans. He disgraces the German name. Dr. Scheicher: It's a shame that the like of him should insult us. Strobach to Wolfe: Contemptible cub! We will bounce thee out of this. It is inferable that the "thee" is not intended to indicate affection this time, but to reinforce and emphasize Mr. Strobach's scorn. Dr. Scheicher: His insults are of no consequence. He wants his ears boxed. Dr. Lugar to Wolfe: You'd better worry a trifle over your Iro's word of honor. You are behaving like a street Arab. Dr. Scheiker. It's infamous. Dr. Leuger. And these shameless creatures are the leaders of the German People's Party. Meantime Wolf goes whooping along with his newspaper reading in great contentment. Dr. Patay. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You haven't the floor. Strobach. The miserable cub. Dr. Leuger to Wolf, raising his voice strenuously above the storm. You are a wholly honorless street brat. A voice. Fire the rapscallion out. But Wolf's soul goes marching noisily on just the same. Schönerer, vast and muscular and endowed with the most powerful voice in the Reichsrat, comes plowing down through the standing crowds, red and choking with anger, halts before Deputy Wohlmeyer, grabs a rule and smashes it with a blow upon a desk, threatens Wohlmeyer's face with his fist, and bellows out some personalities and a promise. Only you wait. We'll teach you. A whirlwind of offensive retorts assails him from the band of meek and humble Christian socialists compacted around their leader, that distinguished religious expert, Dr. Leuger, Burgermeister of Vienna. Our breath comes in excited gasps now, and we are full of hope. We imagine that we are back 50 years ago in the Arkansas legislature, and we think we know what is going to happen, and are glad we came, and glad we are up in the gallery, out of the way, where we can see the whole thing and yet not have to supply any of the material for the inquest. However, as it turns out, our confidence is abused, our hopes are misplaced. Dr. Patay, wildly excited. You quiet down, or we shall turn ourselves loose. There will be a cuffing of ears. Prochaska, in a fury. No, not ear-boxing, but genuine blows. Vielowek. I would rather take my hat off to a Jew than to Wolf. Strobach to Wolf. Jew flunky, here we have been fighting the Jews for 10 years, and now you are helping them to power again. How much do you get for it? Holansky. What he wants is a straitjacket. Wolf continues his readings. It is a market report now. Remark flung across the house to Schönerer. Die Großmutter auf dem Misthaufen erstickt worden. It will be judicious not to translate that. Its flavor is pretty high, in any case, but it becomes particularly gamey when you remember that the first gallery was well stocked with ladies. Apparently it was a great hit. It fetched thunders of joyous enthusiasm out of the Christian Socialists, and in their rapture they flung biting epithets with wasteful liberality at especially detested members of the opposition. Among others, this one at Schönerer, Bordell in der Krugerstrasse. Then they added these words, which they whooped, howled, and also even sang in a deep-voiced chorus: Schmerl lieb Korn, Schmerl lieb Korn, Schmerl lieb Korn, and made it splendidly audible above the banging of desk boards and the rest of the roaring cyclone of fiendish noises. A gallery witticism comes flitting by from mouth to mouth around the great curve. The swan song of Austrian representative government. You can note its progress by the applausive smiles and nods it gets as it skims along. Kletzenbauer. Holofernes, where is Judith? Storm of laughter. Grigorig, the shirt merchant. This Wolf theater is costing 6,000 florins. Wolf, with sweetness. Notice him, gentlemen. It is Mr. Grigorig. Laughter. Vielerowek to Wolf. You Judas! Schneider. Brother Knight! Chorus of voices. East German offal tub! And so the war of epithets crashes along with never diminishing energy for a couple of hours. The ladies in the gallery were learning. That was well, for by and by ladies will form a part of the membership of all legislatures in the world. As soon as they can prove competency they will be admitted. At present men only are competent to legislate. Therefore they look down upon women, and would feel degraded if they had to have them for colleagues in their high calling. Wolf is yelling another market report now. Gessman. Shut up, infamous louse brat! During a momentary lull, Dr. Luger gets a hearing for 3 sentences of his speech. They demand and require that the President shall suppress the 4 noisiest members of the opposition. Wolf, with a that settles it toss of the head. The shifty trickster of Vienna has spoken. Ero belonged to Schennerer's party. The word of honor incident has given it a new name. Grigorig is a Christian socialist, and hero of the postcards and the Wimberger soda squirting incident. He stands vast and conspicuous and conceited and self-satisfied and roosterish and inconsequential at Luger's elbow, and is proud and cocky to be in such great company. He looks very well indeed, really majestic, and aware of it. He crows out his little empty remark now and then, and looks as pleased as if he had been delivered of the Ausgleich. Indeed, he does look notably fine. He wears almost the only dress vest on the floor. It exposes a continental spread of white shirt front. His hands are posed at ease in the lips of his trousers pockets. His head is tilted back complacently. He is attitudinizing. He is playing to the gallery. However, they are all doing that. It is curious to see. Men who only vote, and can't make speeches, and don't know how to invent witty ejaculations, wander about the vacated parts of the floor, and stop in a good place and strike attitudes suggestive of weighty thought mostly, and glance furtively up at the galleries to see how it works. Or a couple will come together and shake hands in an artificial way, and laugh a gay manufactured laugh, and do some constrained and self-conscious attitudinizing, and they steal glances at the galleries to see if they are getting notice. It is like a scene on the stage, by-play by minor actors at the back, while the stars do the great work at the front. Even Count Badeni attitudinizes for a moment, strikes a reflective Napoleonic attitude of fine picturesqueness, but soon thinks better of it and desists. There are 2 who do not attitudinize. Poor harried and insulted President Abramovich, who seems wholly miserable, and can find no way to put in the dreary time but by swinging his bell and by discharging occasional remarks which nobody can hear, and a resigned and patient priest, who sits lonely in a great vacancy on majority territory and munches an apple. Schönerer uplifts his foghorn of a voice and shakes the roof with an insult discharged at the majority. Dr. Lueger, the honorless party would better keep still here. Gregorig, the echo, swelling out his shirt front, yes, keep quiet, pimp. Schonerer to Lueger, political mountebank. Prochaska to Schonerer, drunken clown. During the final hour of the sitting many happy phrases were distributed through the proceedings. Among them were these, and they are strikingly good ones: blatherskite, blackguard, scoundrel, brothel daddy. This last was the contribution of Dr. Gessman, and gave great satisfaction, and deservedly. It seems to me that it was one of the most sparkling things that was said during the whole evening. At 2:30 in the morning the House adjourned. The victory was with the opposition. No, not quite that. The effective part of it was snatched away from them by an unlawful exercise of presidential force, another contribution toward driving the mistreated minority out of their minds. At other sittings of the Parliament, gentlemen of the opposition, shaking their fists toward the President, addressed him as Polish dog. At one sitting an angry deputy turned upon a colleague and shouted blank, 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 blank. You must try to imagine what it was. If I should offer it even in the original, it would probably not get by the magazine editor's blue pencil. To offer a translation would be to waste my ink, of course. This remark was frankly printed in its entirety by one of the Vienna dailies, but the others disguised the toughest half of it with stars. If the reader will go back over this chapter and gather its array of extraordinary epithets into a bunch and examine them, he will marvel at two things: how this convention of gentlemen could consent to use such gross terms, and why the users were allowed to get out of the place alive. There is no way to understand this strange situation. If every man in the house were a professional blackguard, and had his home in a sailor boarding house, one could still not understand it, for although that sort do use such terms, they never take them. These men are not professional blackguards. They are mainly gentlemen, and educated, yet they use the terms, and take them, too. They really seem to attach no consequence to them. One cannot say that they act like schoolboys, for that is only almost true, not entirely. Schoolboys blackguard each other fiercely, and by the hour, and one would think that nothing would ever come of it but noise. But that would be a mistake. Up to a certain limit the result would be noise only, but that limit overstepped, trouble would follow right away. There are certain phrases of a peculiar character, phrases of the nature of that reference to Schonerer's grandmother, for instance, which not even the most spiritless schoolboy in the English-speaking world would allow to pass unavenged. One difference between schoolboys and the lawmakers of the Reichsrat seems to be that the lawmakers have no limit, no danger line. Apparently they may call each other what they please and go home unmutilated. Now, in fact, they did have a scuffle on 2 occasions, but it was not on account of names called. there has been no scuffle where that was the cause. It is not to be inferred that the House lacks a sense of honor because it lacks delicacy. That would be an error. Ito was caught in a lie, and it profoundly disgraced him. The House cut him, turned its back upon him. He resigned his seat. Otherwise he would have been expelled. But it was lenient with Gregorig, who had called Ito a cowardly blatherskite in debate. It merely went through the form of mildly censuring him. That did not trouble Gregorig. The Viennese say of themselves that they are an easy-going, pleasure-loving community, making the best of life and not taking it very seriously. Nevertheless, they are grieved about the ways of their Parliament, and say quite frankly that they are ashamed. They claim that the low condition of the Parliament's manners is new, not old. A gentleman who was at the head of the government 20 years ago confirms this, and says that in his time the Parliament was orderly and well behaved. An English gentleman of long residence here endorses this, and says that a low order of politicians originated the present forms of questionable speech on the stump some years ago, and imported them into the Parliament. In that gracious bygone time, when a mild and good-tempered spirit was the atmosphere of our House, then the manner of our speaking was studiously formal and academic, and the storms and explosions of to-day were wholly unknown, etc. Translation of the opening remark of an editorial in this morning's Neue Freie Presse, December 1st. However, some day there will be a Minister of Etiquette and a Sergeant at Arms, and then things will go better. I mean, if Parliament and the Constitution survive the present storm. End of Chapter 11, Part 3, Curious Parliamentary Etiquette. Read by John Greenman. Section 16 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 11, Stirring Times in Austria. Part 4, The Historic Climax. During the whole of November things went from bad to worse. The all-important Ausgleich remained hard aground, and could not be sparred off. Badeni's government could not withdraw the language ordinance and keep its majority, and the opposition could not be placated on easier terms. One night, while the customary pandemonium was crashing and thundering along at its best, a fight broke out. It was a surging, struggling, shoulder-to-shoulder scramble. A great many blows were struck. Twice Schonerer lifted one of the heavy ministerial fauteuils, some say with one hand, and threatened members of the majority with it, but it was wrenched away from him. A member hammered Wolf over the head with the President's bell, and another member choked him. A professor was flung down and belabored with fists and choked. He held up an open penknife as a defense against the blows. It was snatched from him and flung to a distance. It hit a peaceful Christian Socialist who wasn't doing anything, and brought blood from his hand. This was the only blood drawn. The men who got hammered and choked looked sound and well next day. The fists and the bell were not properly handled, or better results would have been apparent. I am quite sure that the fighters were not in earnest. On Thanksgiving Day the sitting was a history-making one. On that day the harried, bedeviled, and despairing government went insane. In order to free itself from the thraldom of the opposition, it committed this curiously juvenile crime. It moved an important change of the rules of the House, forbade debate upon the motion, put it to a stand-up vote instead of ayes and noes, and then gravely claimed that it had been adopted, whereas to even the dullest witness, if I without immodesty may pretend to that place, it was plain that nothing legitimately to be called a vote had been taken at all. I think that saltpeter never uttered a truer thing than when he said, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." Evidently the government's mind was tottering when this bald insult to the House was the best way it could contrive for getting out of the frying pan. The episode would have been funny if the matter at stake had been a trifle, but in the circumstances it was pathetic. The usual storm was raging in the House. As usual, many of the majority and the most of the minority were standing up to have a better chance to exchange epithets and make other noises. Into this storm Count Falkenhayn entered, with his paper in his hand, and at once there was a rush to get near him and hear him read his motion. In a moment he was walled in by listeners. The several clauses of his motion were loudly applauded by these allies, and as loudly disapplauded, if I may invent a word, by such of the opposition as could hear his voice. When he took his seat, the President promptly put the motion: "Persons desiring to vote in the affirmative, stand up." The House was already standing, had been standing for an hour, and before a third of it had found out what the President had been saying, he had proclaimed the adoption of the motion, and only a few heard that. In fact, when that House is legislating, you can't tell it from artillery practice. You will realize what a happy idea it was to side-track the lawful ayes and noes and substitute a stand-up vote by this fact: that a little later, when a deputation of deputies waited upon the President and asked him if he was actually willing to claim that that measure had been passed, he answered yes, and unanimously. It shows that, in effect, the whole House was on its feet when that trick was sprung. The Lex Falkenhayn, thus strangely born, gave the President power to suspend for 3 days any deputy who should continue to be disorderly after being called to order twice, and it also placed at his disposal such force as might be necessary to make the suspension effective. So the House had a sergeant at arms at last, and a more formidable one as to power than any other legislature in Christendom had ever possessed. The Lex Falkenhayn also gave the House itself authority to suspend members for 30 days. On these terms the Ausgleich could be put through in an hour, apparently. The opposition would have to sit meek and quiet, and stop obstructing, or be turned into the street, deputy after deputy, leaving the majority an unvexed field for its work. Certainly the thing looked well. The government was out of the frying pan at last. It congratulated itself, and was almost girlishly happy. Its stock rose suddenly from less than nothing to a premium. It confessed to itself with pride that its Lex Falkenhayn was a master stroke, a work of genius. However, there were doubters. Men who were troubled and believed that a great mistake had been made. It might be that the opposition was crushed, and profitably for the country, too, but the manner of it, that was the serious part. It could have far-reaching results, results whose gravity might transcend all guessing. It might be the initial step toward a return to government by force, a restoration of the irresponsible methods of obsolete times. There were no vacant seats in the galleries next day. In fact, standing room outside the building was at a premium. There were crowds there, and a glittering array of helmeted and brass-buttoned police, on foot and on horseback, to keep them from getting too much excited. No one could guess what was going to happen, but every one felt that something was going to happen, and hoped he might have a chance to see it, or at least get the news of it while it was fresh. At noon the house was empty, for I do not count myself. Half an hour later the two galleries were solidly packed, the floor still empty. Another half hour later Wolfe entered and passed to his place. Then other deputies began to stream in, among them many forms and faces grown familiar of late. By 1 o'clock the membership was present in full force. A band of Socialists stood grouped against the ministerial desks in the shadow of the Presidential tribune. It was observable that these official strongholds were now protected against rushes by bolted gates, and that these were in ward of servants wearing the House's livery. Also, the removable desk boards had been taken away, and nothing left for disorderly members to slat with. There was a pervading anxious hush, at least what stood very well for a hush in that house. It was believed by many that the opposition was cowed, and that there would be no more obstruction, no more noise. That was an error. Presently the President entered by the distant door to the right, followed by Vice President Fuchs, and the two took their way down past the Polish benches toward the tribune. Instantly the customary storm of noises burst out, and rose higher and higher, and wilder, and really seemed to surpass anything that had gone before it in that place. The President took his seat and begged for order, but no one could hear him. His lips moved, one could see that. He bowed his body forward appealingly, and spread his great hands eloquently over his breast, one could see that. But as concerned his uttered words, he probably could not hear them himself. Below him was that crowd of 24 Socialists glaring up at him, shaking their fists at him, roaring imprecations and insulting epithets at him. This went on for some time. Suddenly the Socialists burst through the gates and stormed up through the ministerial benches, and a man in a red cravat reached up and snatched the documents that lay on the President's desk and flung them abroad. The next moment he and his allies were struggling and fighting with the half-dozen uniformed servants who were there to protect the new gates. Meantime a detail of Socialists had swarmed up the side steps and overflowed the President and the Vice, and were crowding and shouldering and shoving them out of the place. They crowded them out, and down the steps, and across the House, past the Polish benches, and all about them swarmed hostile Poles and Czechs, who resisted them. One could see fists go up and come down, with other signs and shows of a heady fight. Then the President and the Vice disappeared through the doors of entrance, and the victorious Socialists turned and marched back, mounted the tribune, flung the President's bell and his remaining papers abroad, and then stood there in a compact little crowd, 11 strong, and held the place as if it were a fortress. Their friends on the floor were in a frenzy of triumph, and manifested it in their deafening way. The whole House was on its feet, amazed and wondering. It was an astonishing situation, and imposingly dramatic. Nobody had looked for this. The unexpected had happened. What next? But there can be no next. The play is over. The grand climax is reached. The possibilities are exhausted. Ring down the curtain. Not yet. That distant door opens again, and now we see what history will be talking of 5 centuries hence. A uniformed and helmeted battalion of bronzed and stalwart men marching in double file down the floor of the House, a free Parliament profaned by an invasion of brute force. It was an odious spectacle, odious and awful. For one moment it was an unbelievable thing, a thing beyond all credibility. It must be a delusion, a dream, a nightmare. But no, it was real, pitifully real, shamefully real, hideously real. These 60 policemen had been soldiers, and they went at their work with the cold unsentimentality of their trade. They ascended the steps of the tribune, laid their hands upon the inviolable persons of the representatives of a nation, and dragged and tugged and hauled them down the steps and out at the door, then ranged themselves in stately military array in front of the ministerial estrade, and so stood. It was a tremendous episode. The memory of it will outlast all the thrones that exist today. In the whole history of free parliaments the like of it had been seen but 3 times before. It takes its imposing place among the world's unforgettable things. I think that in my lifetime I have not twice seen abiding history made before my eyes, but I know that I have seen it once. Some of the results of this wild freak followed instantly. The Badeni government came down with a crash. There was a popular outbreak or two in Vienna. There were 3 or 4 days of furious rioting in Prague, followed by the establishing there of martial law. The Jews and Germans were harried and plundered, and their houses destroyed. In other Bohemian towns there was rioting, in some cases the Germans being the rioters, in others the Czechs, and in all cases the Jew had to roast, no matter which side he was on. We are well along in December now. It is the 9th, MT. The new Minister President has not been able to patch up a peace among the warring factions of the Parliament. Therefore, there is no use in calling it together again for the present. Public opinion believes that parliamentary government and the Constitution are actually threatened with extinction, and that the permanency of the monarchy itself is a not absolutely certain thing. Yes, the Lex Falkenhayn was a great invention, and did what was claimed for it. It got the government out of the frying pan. End of Part 4, The Historic Climax, and end of Chapter 11, Stirring Times in Austria. Read by John Greenman. Section 17 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 12, Concerning the Jews. Some months ago I published a magazine article descriptive of a remarkable scene in the Imperial Parliament in Vienna. Since then I have received from Jews in America several letters of inquiry. They were difficult letters to answer, for they were not very definite. But at last I received a definite one. It is from a lawyer, and he really asks the questions which the other writers probably believed they were asking. By help of this text I will do the best I can to publicly answer this correspondent, and also the others, at the same time apologizing for having failed to reply privately. The lawyer's letter reads as follows: I have read Stirring Times in Austria. One point in particular is of vital import to not a few thousand people, including myself, being a point about which I have often wanted to address a question to some disinterested person. The show of military force in the Austrian Parliament, which precipitated the riots, was not introduced by any Jew. No Jew was a member of that body. No Jewish question was involved in the Ausgleich, or in the language proposition. No Jew was insulting anybody. In short, no Jew was doing any mischief toward anybody whatsoever. In fact, the Jews were the only ones of the 19 different races in Austria which did not have a party. They are absolutely non-participants. Yet in your article you say that in the rioting which followed all classes of people were unanimous only on one thing, viz., in being against the Jews. Now, will you kindly tell me why, in your judgment, the Jews have thus ever been, and are even now, in these days of supposed intelligence, the butt of baseless, vicious animosities? I dare say that for centuries there has been no more quiet, undisturbing, and well-behaving citizens as a class than that same Jew. It seems to me that ignorance and fanaticism cannot alone account for these horrible and unjust persecutions. Tell me, therefore, from your vantage point of cold view, what in your mind is the cause? Can American Jews do anything to correct it, either in America or abroad? Will it ever come to an end? Will a Jew be permitted to live honestly, decently, and peaceably like the rest of mankind? What has become of the Golden Rule? I will begin by saying that if I thought myself prejudiced against the Jew, I should hold it fairest to leave this subject to a person not crippled in that way. But I think I have no such prejudice. A few years ago A Jew observed to me that there was no uncourteous reference to his people in my books, and asked how it happened. It happened because the disposition was lacking. I am quite sure that, bar one, I have no race prejudices, and I think I have no color prejudices, nor caste prejudices, nor creed prejudices. Indeed, I know it. I can stand any society. All that I care to know is that a man is a human being. That is enough for me. He can't be any worse. I have no special regard for Satan, but I can at least claim that I have no prejudice against him. It may even be that I lean a little his way on account of his not having a fair show. All religions issue Bibles against him, and say the most injurious things about him, but we never hear his side. We have none but the evidence for the prosecution, and yet we have rendered the verdict. To my mind this is irregular. It is un-English. It is un-American. It is French. Without this precedent, Dreyfus could not have been condemned. Of course, Satan has some kind of a case, it goes without saying. It may be a poor one, but that is nothing. That can be said about any of us. As soon as I can get at the facts, I will undertake his rehabilitation myself, if I can find an unpolitic publisher. It is a thing which we ought to be willing to do for any one who is under a cloud. We may not pay him reverence, for that would be indiscreet, but we can at least respect his talents. A person who has for untold centuries maintained the imposing position of spiritual head of 4/5 of the human race, and political head of the whole of it, must be granted the possession of executive abilities of the loftiest order. In his large presence the other popes and politicians shrink to midges for the microscope. I would like to see him. I would rather see him and shake him by the tail than any other member of the European concert. In the present paper I shall allow myself to use the word Jew as if it stood for both religion and race. It is handy, and besides, that is what the term means to the general world. In the above letter one notes these points: 1. The Jew is a well-behaved citizen. 2. Can ignorance and fanaticism alone account for his unjust treatment? 3. Can Jews do anything to improve the situation? 4. The Jews have no party. They are non-participants. 5. Will the persecution ever come to an end? 6. What has become of the Golden Rule? Point number 1. We must grant the proposition, number 1, for several sufficient reasons. The Jew is not a disturber of the peace of any country. Even his enemies will concede that. He is not a loafer. He is not a sot. He is not noisy. He is not a brawler, nor a rioter. He is not quarrelsome. In the statistics of crime his presence is conspicuously rare in all countries. With murder and other crimes of violence he has but little to do. He is a stranger to the hangman. In the police court's daily long roll of assaults and drunken disorderlies his name seldom appears. That the Jewish home is a home in the truest sense is a fact which no one will dispute. The family is knitted together by the strongest affections. Its members show each other every due respect, and reverence for the elders is an inviolate law of the house. The Jew is not a burden on the charities of the state nor of the city. These could cease from their functions without affecting him. When he is well enough, he works. When he is incapacitated, his own people take care of him, and not in a poor and stingy way, but with a fine and large benevolence. His race is entitled to be called the most benevolent of all the races of men. A Jewish beggar is not impossible, perhaps. Such a thing may exist, but there are few men that can say they have seen that spectacle. The Jew has been staged in many uncomplimentary forms, but, so far as I know, no dramatist has done him the injustice to stage him as a beggar. Whenever a Jew has real need to beg, his people save him from the necessity of doing it. The charitable institutions of the Jews are supported by Jewish money, and amply. The Jews make no noise about it. It is done quietly. They do not nag and pester and harass us for contributions. They give us peace, and set us an example which we have not found ourselves able to follow, for by nature we are not free givers, and have to be patiently and persistently hunted down in the interest of the unfortunate. These facts are all on the credit side of the proposition that the Jew is a good and orderly citizen. Summed up, they certify that he is quiet, peaceable, industrious, unaddicted to high crimes and brutal dispositions, that his family life is commendable, that he is not a burden upon public charities, that he is not a beggar, that in benevolence he is above the reach of competition. These are the very quintessentials of good citizenship. If you can add that he is as honest as the average of his neighbors, but I think that question is affirmatively answered by the fact that he is a successful business man. The basis of successful business is honesty. A business cannot thrive where the parties to it cannot trust each other. In the matter of numbers, the Jew counts for little in the overwhelming population of New York, but that his honesty counts for much is guaranteed by the fact that the immense wholesale business of Broadway from the Battery to Union Square is substantially in his hands. I suppose that the most picturesque example in history of a trader's trust in his fellow trader was one where it was not Christian trusting Christian, but Christian trusting Jew. That Hessian duke who used to sell his subjects to George III to fight George Washington with got rich at it, and by, when the wars engendered by the French Revolution made his throne too warm for him, he was obliged to fly the country. He was in a hurry and had to leave his earnings behind, $9,000,000. He had to risk the money with someone without security. He did not select a Christian, but a Jew of only modest means, but of high character, a character so high that it left him lonesome. Rothschild of Frankfurt. 30 years later, when Europe had become quiet and safe again, the Duke came back from overseas, and the Jew returned the loan, with interest added. Here is another piece of picturesque history, and it reminds us that shabbiness and dishonesty are not the monopoly of any race or creed, but are merely human. Congress passed a bill to pay $379.56 to Moses Pendergrass of Libertyville, Missouri. The story of the reason of this liberality is pathetically interesting, and shows the sort of pickle that an honest man may get into who undertakes to do an honest job of work for Uncle Sam. In 1886 Moses Pendergrass put in a bid for the contract to carry the mail on the route from Knob Lick to Libertyville and Kaufman, 30 miles a day, from July 1st, 1887, for 1 year. He got the postmaster at Knob Lick to write the letter for him, and while Moses intended that his bid should be $400, his scribe carelessly made it $4. Moses got the contract, and did not find out about the mistake until the end of the first quarter, when he got his first pay. When he found at what rate he was working, he was sorely cast down, and opened communication with the Post Office Department. The department informed him that he must either carry out his contract or throw it up, and that if he threw it up his bondsmen would have to pay the government $1,459.85 damages. So Moses carried out his contract, walked 30 miles every weekday for a year, and carried the mail, and received for his labor $4, or, to be accurate, $6.84. For the route being extended after his bid was accepted, the pay was proportionately increased. Now, after 10 years, a bill was finally passed to pay Moses the difference between what he earned in that unlucky year and what he received. The Sun, which tells the above story, says that bills were introduced in 3 or 4 Congresses for Moses's relief, and that committees repeatedly investigated his claim. It took 6 Congresses, containing in their persons the compressed virtues of 70 millions of people, and cautiously and carefully giving expression to those virtues in the fear of God and the next election, 11 years to find out some way to cheat a fellow Christian out of about $13 on his honestly executed contract, and out of nearly $300 due him on its enlarged terms. And they succeeded. During the same time they paid out $1 billion in pensions, a third of it unearned and undeserved. This indicates a splendid all-around competency in theft, for it starts with farthings and works its industries all the way up to shiploads. It may be possible that the Jews can beat this, but the man that bets on it is taking chances. The Jew has his other side. He has some discreditable ways, though he has not a monopoly of them, because he cannot get entirely rid of vexatious Christian competition. We have seen that he seldom transgresses the laws against crimes of violence. Indeed, his dealings with courts are almost restricted to matters connected with commerce. He has a reputation for various small forms of cheating, and for practicing oppressive usury, and for burning himself out to get the insurance, and arranging for cunning contracts which leave him an exit but lock the other man in, and for smart evasions which find him safe and comfortable just within the strict letter of the law, when court and jury know very well that he has violated the spirit of it. He is a frequent and faithful and capable officer in the civil service, but he is charged with an unpatriotic disinclination to stand by the flag as a soldier, like the Christian Quaker. Now, if you offset these discreditable features by the creditable ones summarized in a preceding paragraph, beginning with the words, "These facts are all on the credit side," and strike a balance, what must the verdict be? This, I think, that the merits and demerits being fairly weighed and measured on both sides, the Christian can claim no superiority over the Jew in the matter of good citizenship. Yet in all countries from the dawn of history the Jew has been persistently and implacably hated, and with frequency persecuted. Point number 2. Can fanaticism alone account for this? Years ago I used to think that it was responsible for nearly all of it, but latterly I have come to think that this was an error. Indeed, it is now my conviction that it is responsible for hardly any of it. In this connection I call to mind Genesis chapter 47. We have all, thoughtfully or unthoughtfully, read the pathetic story of the years of plenty and the years of famine in Egypt, and how Joseph, with that opportunity, made a corner in broken hearts, and the crusts of the poor, and human liberty, a corner whereby he took a nation's money all away, to the last penny, took a nation's livestock all away, to the last hoof, took a nation's land away, to the last acre, then took the nation itself, buying it for bread, man by man, woman by woman, child by child, till all were slaves, a corner which took everything, left nothing, a corner so stupendous that, by comparison with it, the most gigantic corners in subsequent history are but baby things, for it dealt in hundreds of millions of bushels, and its profits were reckonable by hundreds of millions of dollars, and it was a disaster so crushing that its effects have not wholly disappeared from Egypt to day, more than 3,000 years after the event. Is it presumable that the eye of Egypt was upon Joseph, the foreign Jew, all this time? I think it likely. Was it friendly? We must doubt it. Was Joseph establishing a character for his race which would survive long in Egypt, and in time would his name come to be familiarly used to express that character, like Shylock's? It is hardly to be doubted. Let us remember that this was centuries before the crucifixion. I wish to come down 1800 years later and refer to a remark made by one of the Latin historians. I read it in a translation many years ago, and it comes back to me now with force. It was alluding to a time when people were still living who could have been the Savior in the flesh. Christianity was so new that the people of Rome had hardly heard of it, and had but confused notions of what it was. The substance of the remark was this: some Christians were persecuted in Rome through error, they being mistaken for Jews. The meaning seems plain. These pagans had nothing against Christians, but they were quite ready to persecute Jews. For some reason or other they hated a Jew before they even knew what a Christian was. May I not assume, then, that the persecution of Jews is a thing which antedates Christianity, and was not born of Christianity? I think so. What was the origin of the feeling? When I was a boy in the back settlements of the Mississippi Valley, where a gracious and beautiful Sunday school simplicity and unpracticality prevailed, the Yankee, citizen of the New England States, was hated with a splendid energy. But religion had nothing to do with it. In a trade the Yankee was held to be about 5 times the match of the Westerner. His shrewdness, his insight, his judgment, his knowledge, his enterprise, and his formidable cleverness in applying these forces were frankly confessed and most competently cursed. In the Cotton States, after the war, the simple and ignorant negroes made the crops for the white planter on shares. The Jew came down in force, set up shop on the plantation, supplied all the negro's wants on credit, and at the end of the season was proprietor of the negro's share of the present crop and of part of his share of the next one. Before long the whites detested the Jew, and it is doubtful if the negro loved him. The Jew is being legislated out of Russia. The reason is not concealed. The movement was instituted because the Christian peasant and villager stood no chance against his commercial abilities. He was always ready to lend money on a crop, and sell vodka and other necessaries of life on credit while the crop was growing. When settlement day came he owned the crop, and next year or year after he owned the farm, like Joseph. In the dull and ignorant England of John's time everybody got into debt to the Jew. He gathered all lucrative enterprises into his hands. He was the king of commerce. He was ready to be helpful in all profitable ways. He even financed crusades for the rescue of the sepulchre. To wipe out his account with the nation and restore business to its natural and incompetent channels, he had to be banished the realm. For the like reasons Spain had to banish him 400 years ago, and Austria about a couple of centuries later. In all the ages Christian Europe has been obliged to curtail his activities. If he entered upon a mechanical trade, the Christian had to retire from it. If he set up as a doctor, he was the best one, and he took the business. If he exploited agriculture, the other farmers had to get at something else. Since there was no way to successfully compete with him in any vocation, the law had to step in and save the Christian from the poorhouse. Trade after trade was taken away from the Jew by statute, till practically none was left. He was forbidden to engage in agriculture. He was forbidden to practice law. He was forbidden to practice medicine, except among Jews. He was forbidden the handicrafts. Even the seats of learning and the schools of science had to be closed against this tremendous antagonist. Still, almost bereft of employments, he found ways to make money, even ways to get rich. Also ways to invest his takings well, for usury was not denied him. In the hard conditions suggested, the Jew without brains could not survive, and the Jew with brains had to keep them in good training and well sharpened up, or starve. Ages of restriction to the one tool which the law was not able to take from him, his brain, have made that tool singularly competent. Ages of compulsory disuse of his hands have atrophied them, and he never uses them now. This history has a very, very commercial look, a most sordid and practical commercial look, the business aspect of a Chinese cheap labor crusade. Religious prejudices may account for one part of it, but not for the other nine. Protestants have persecuted Catholics, but they did not take their livelihoods away from them. The Catholics have persecuted the Protestants with bloody and awful bitterness, but they never closed agriculture and the handicrafts against them. Why was that? That has the candid look of genuine religious persecution, not a trade union boycott in a religious disguise. The Jews are harried and obstructed in Austria and Germany, and lately in France, but England and America give them an open field, and yet survive. Scotland offers them an unembarrassed field, too, but there are not many takers. There are a few Jews in Glasgow, and one in Aberdeen, but that is because they can't earn enough to get away. The Scotch pay themselves that compliment, but it is authentic. I feel convinced that the crucifixion has not much to do with the world's attitude toward the Jew, that the reasons for it are older than that event, as suggested by Egypt's experience and by Rome's regret for having persecuted an unknown quantity called a Christian under the mistaken impression that she was merely persecuting a Jew. Merely a Jew. A skinned eel who was used to it, presumably. I am persuaded that in Russia, Austria, and Germany 9/10 of the hostility to the Jew comes from the average Christian's inability to compete successfully with the average Jew in business, in either straight business or the questionable sort. In Berlin a few years ago I read a speech which frankly urged the expulsion of the Jews from Germany, and the agitator's reason was as frank as his proposition. It was this: that 85% of the successful lawyers of Berlin were Jews, and that about the same percentage of the great and lucrative businesses of all sorts in Germany were in the hands of the Jewish race. Isn't it an amazing confession? It was but another way of saying that, in a population of 48 millions, of whom only 500,000 were registered as Jews, 85% of the brains and honesty of the whole was lodged in the Jews. I must insist upon the honesty. It is an essential of successful business, taken by and large. Of course it does not rule out rascals entirely, even among Christians, but it is a good working rule, nevertheless. The speaker's figures may have been inexact, but the motive of persecution stands out as clear as day. The man claimed that in Berlin the banks, the newspapers, the theaters, the great mercantile, shipping, mining, and manufacturing interests, the big army and city contracts, the tramways, and pretty much all other properties of high value, and also the small businesses, were in the hands of the Jews. He said the Jew was pushing the Christian to the wall all along the line, that it was all a Christian could do to scrape together a living, and that the Jew must be banished, and soon. There was no other way of saving the Christian. Here in Vienna last autumn an agitator said that all these disastrous details were true of Austria-Hungary also, and in fierce language he demanded the expulsion of the Jews. When politicians come out without a blush and read the Baby Act in this frank way, unrebuked, it is a very good indication that they have a market back of them, and know where to fish for votes. You note the crucial point of the mentioned agitation. The argument is that the Christian cannot compete with the Jew, and that hence his very bread is in peril. To human beings this is a much more hate-inspiring thing than is any detail connected with religion. With most people, of a necessity, bread and meat take first rank, religion second. I am convinced that the persecution of the Jew is not due in any large degree to religious prejudice. No, the Jew is a money-getter, and in getting his money he is a very serious obstruction to less capable neighbors who are on the same quest. I think that is the trouble. In estimating worldly values the Jew is not shallow, but deep. With precocious wisdom he found out in the morning of time that some men worship rank, some worship heroes, some worship power, some worship God, and that over these ideals they dispute and cannot unite, but that they all worship money. So he made it the end and aim of his life to get it. He was at it in Egypt 36 centuries ago. He was at it in Rome when that Christian got persecuted by mistake for him. He has been at it ever since. The cost to him has been heavy. His success has made the whole human race his enemy, but it has paid, for it has brought him envy, and that is the only thing which men will sell both soul and body to get. He long ago observed that a millionaire commands respect, a 2-millionaire homage, a multimillionaire the deepest deeps of adoration. We all know that feeling. We have seen it express itself. We have noticed that when the average man mentions the name of a multi-millionaire, he does it with that mixture in his voice of awe and reverence and lust which burns in a Frenchman's eye when it falls on another man's centime. Point number 4. The Jews have no party. They are non-participants. Perhaps you have let the secret out and given yourself away. It seems hardly a credit to the race that it is able to say that, or to you, sir, that you can say it without remorse. More, that you should offer it as a plea against maltreatment, injustice, and oppression. Who gives the Jew the right? Who gives any race the right to sit still in a free country and let somebody else look after its safety? The oppressed Jew was entitled to all pity in the former times under brutal autocracies, for he was weak and friendless, and had no way to help his case. But he has ways now, and he has had them for a century. But I do not see that he has tried to make serious use of them. When the Revolution set him free in France, it was an act of grace, the grace of other people. He does not appear in it as a helper. I do not know that he helped when England set him free. Among the 12 sane men of France, who have stepped forward with great Zola at their head to fight and win, I hope and believe. Note: the article was written in the summer of 1898. Editor. The battle for the most infamously misused Jew of modern times. Do you find a great or rich or illustrious Jew helping? In the United States he was created free in the beginning. He did not need to help, of course. In Austria and Germany and France he has a vote, but of what considerable use is it to him? He doesn't seem to know how to apply it to the best effect. With all his splendid capacities and all his fat wealth, he is today not politically important in any country. In America, as early as 1854, the ignorant Irish hod-carrier, who had a spirit of his own and a way of exposing it to the weather, made it apparent to all that he must be politically reckoned with. Yet 15 years before that we hardly knew what an Irishman looked like. As an intelligent force and numerically, he has always been away down, but he has governed the country just the same. It was because he was organized. It made his vote valuable, in fact, essential. You will say the Jew is everywhere numerically feeble. That is nothing to the point, with the Irishman's history for an object lesson. But I am coming to your numerical feebleness presently. In all parliamentary countries you could no doubt elect Jews to the legislatures, and even one member in such a body is sometimes a force which counts. How deeply have you concerned yourselves about this in Austria, France, and Germany, or even in America for that matter? You remark that the Jews were not to blame for the riots in this Reichsrat here, and you add with satisfaction that there wasn't one in that body. That is not strictly correct. If it were, would it not be in order for you to explain it and apologize for it, not try to make a merit of it? But I think that the Jew was by no means in as large force there as he ought to have been with his chances. Austria opens the suffrage to him on fairly liberal terms, and it must surely be his own fault that he is so much in the background politically. As to your numerical weakness, I mentioned some figures a while ago, 500,000, as the Jewish population of Germany. I will add some more: 6,000,000 in Russia, 5,000,000 in Austria, 250,000 in the United States. I take them from memory. I read them in the Encyclopedia Britannica about 10 years ago. Still, I am entirely sure of them. If those statistics are correct, my argument is not as strong as it ought to be as concerns America, but it still has strength. It is plenty strong enough as concerns Austria, for 10 years ago 5,000,000 was 9% of the empire's population. The Irish would govern the kingdom of heaven if they had a strength there like that. I have some suspicions. I got them at second hand, but they have remained with me these 10 or 12 years. When I read in the E.B. that the Jewish population of the United States was 250,000, I wrote the editor and explained to him that I was personally acquainted with more Jews than that in my country, and that his figures were without doubt a misprint for 25,000,000. I also added that I was personally acquainted with that many there, but that was only to raise his confidence in me, for it was not true. His answer miscarried, and I never got it. But I went around talking about the matter, and people told me they had reason to suspect that for business reasons many Jews whose dealings were mainly with the Christians did not report themselves as Jews in the census. It looked plausible. It looks plausible yet. Look at the city of New York, and look at Boston, and Philadelphia, and New Orleans, and Chicago, and Cincinnati, and San Francisco. How your race swarms in those places, and everywhere else in America, down to the least little village. Read the signs on the marts of commerce and on the shops: Goldstein, gold stone; Edelstein, precious stone; Blumenthal, flower veil; Rosenthal, rose veil; Veilchenduft, violet odor; Singvogel, songbird; Rosenzweig, rose branch; and all the amazing list of beautiful and enviable names which Prussia and Austria glorified you with so long ago. It is another instance of Europe's coarse and cruel persecution of your race. Not that it was coarse and cruel to outfit it with pretty and poetical names like those, but that it was coarse and cruel to make it pay for them, or else take such hideous and often indecent names that today their owners never use them, or if they do, only on official papers. And it was the many, not the few, who got the odious names, they being too poor to bribe the officials to grant them better ones. Now, why was the race renamed? I have been told that in Prussia it was given to using fictitious names and often changing them, so as to beat the tax gatherer, escape military service, and so on. and that finally the idea was hit upon of furnishing all the inmates of a house with one and the same surname, and then holding the house responsible right along for those inmates, and accountable for any disappearances that might occur. It made the Jews keep track of each other for self-interest's sake, and saved the government the trouble. In Austria the renaming was merely done because the Jews in some newly acquired regions had no surnames, but were mostly named Abraham and Moses, and therefore the tax gatherer could not tell t'other from which, and was likely to lose his reason over the matter. The renaming was put into the hands of the War Department, and a charming mess the graceless young lieutenants made of it. To them a Jew was of no sort of consequence, and they labeled the race in a way to make the angels weep. As an example, take these two, Abraham Beliish and Shmuel Gottverdamd, culled from Namen's Studien by Karl Emil Franzos, M.T. If that explanation of how the Jews of Prussia came to be renamed is correct, if it is true that they fictitiously registered themselves to gain certain advantages, it may possibly be true that in America they refrain from registering themselves as Jews to fend off the damaging prejudices of the Christian customer. I have no way of knowing whether this notion is well founded or not. There may be other and better ways of explaining why only that poor little 250,000 of our Jews got into the encyclopedia. I may, of course, be mistaken, but I am strongly of the opinion that we have an immense Jewish population in America. Point number 3. Can Jews do anything to improve the situation? I think so. If I may make a suggestion without seeming to be trying to teach my grandmother how to suck eggs, I will offer it. In our days we have learned the value of combination. We apply it everywhere, in railway systems, in trusts, in trade unions, in Salvation Armies, in minor politics, in major politics, in European concerts. Whatever our strength may be, big or little, we organize it. We have found out that that is the only way to get the most out of it that is in it. We know the weakness of individual sticks and the strength of the concentrated fagot. Suppose you try a scheme like this, for instance. In England and America, put every Jew on the census book as a Jew, in case you have not been doing that. Get up volunteer regiments composed of Jews solely, and, when the drum beats, fall in and go to the front, so as to remove the reproach that you have few Massenas among you, and that you feed on the country but don't like to fight for it. Next, in politics, organize your strength, band together, and deliver the casting vote where you can, and where you can't compel as good terms as possible. You huddle to yourselves already in all countries, but you huddle to no sufficient purpose, politically speaking. You do not seem to be organized, except for your charities. There you are omnipotent. There you compel your due of recognition. You do not have to beg for it. It shows what you can do when you band together for a definite purpose. And then
from America and England you can encourage your race in Austria, France, and Germany, and materially help it." It was a pathetic tale that was told by a poor Jew in Galicia a fortnight ago, during the riots, after he had been raided by the Christian peasantry and despoiled of everything he had. He said his vote was of no value to him, and he wished he could be excused from casting it, for indeed casting it was a sure damage to him, since no matter which party he voted for, the other party would come straight and take its revenge out of him. 9% of the population of the empire, these Jews, and apparently they cannot put a plank into any candidate's platform. If you will send our Irish lads over here, I think they will organize your race and change the aspect of the Reichsreich. You seem to think that the Jews take no hand in politics here, that they are absolutely non-participants. I am assured by men competent to speak that this is a very large error, and that the Jews are exceedingly active in politics all over the empire, but that they scatter their work and their votes among the numerous parties, and thus lose the advantages to be had by concentration. I think that in America they scatter too, but you know more about that than I do. Speaking of concentration, Dr. Herschel has a clear insight into the value of that. Have you heard of his plan? He wishes to gather the Jews of the world together in Palestine, with a government of their own, under the suzerainty of the Sultan, I suppose. At the convention of Bern last year there were delegates from everywhere, and the proposal was received with decided favor. I am not the Sultan, and I am not objecting. But if that concentration of the cunningest brains in the world was going to be made in a free country, bar Scotland, I think it would be politic to stop it. It will not be well to let that race find out its strength. If the horses knew theirs, we should not ride any more. Point number 5. Will the persecution of the Jews ever come to an end? On the score of religion, I think it has already come to an end. On the score of race prejudice and trade, I have the idea that it will continue. That is, here and there in spots about the world where a barbarous ignorance and a sort of mere animal civilization prevail, but I do not think that elsewhere the Jew need now stand in any fear of being robbed and raided. Among the high civilizations he seems to be very comfortably situated indeed, and to have more than his proportionate share of the prosperities going. It has that look in Vienna. I suppose the race prejudice cannot be removed, but he can stand that. It is no particular matter. By his make and ways he is substantially a foreigner wherever he may be, and even the angels dislike a foreigner. I am using this word foreigner in the German sense, stranger. Nearly all of us have an antipathy to a stranger, even of our own nationality. We pile gripsacks in a vacant seat to keep him from getting it, and a dog goes further and does as a savage would, challenges him on the spot. The German dictionary seems to make no distinction between a stranger and a foreigner. In its view,
A stranger is a foreigner, a sound position, I think. You will always be by ways and habits and predilections substantially strangers, foreigners, wherever you are, and that will probably keep the race prejudice against you alive. But you were the favorites of heaven originally, and your manifold and unfair prosperities convince me that you have crowded back into that snug place again. Here is an incident that is significant. Last week, in Vienna, a hailstorm struck the prodigious Central Cemetery and made wasteful destruction there. In the Christian part of it, according to the official figures, 621 window panes were broken, more than 900 singing birds were killed, 5 great trees and many small ones were torn to shreds, and the shreds scattered far and wide by the wind. The ornamental plants and other decorations of the graves were ruined, and more than 100 tomb lanterns shattered, and it took the cemetery's whole force of 300 laborers more than 3 days to clear away the storm's wreckage. In the report occurs this remark, and in its italics you can hear it grit its Christian teeth.
Dass lediglich die israelitische Abteilung des Friedhofes vom Hagelwetter gänzlich verschont worden war.
Not a hailstone hit the Jewish reservation. Such nepotism makes me tired. Point number 6. What has become of the Golden Rule? It exists, it continues to sparkle, and is well taken care of. It is Exhibit A in the church's assets, and we pull it out every Sunday and give it an airing. But you are not permitted to try to smuggle it into this discussion where it is irrelevant and would not feel at home. It is strictly religious furniture, like an acolyte, or a contribution plate, or any of those things. It has never been intruded into business, and Jewish persecution is not a religious passion. It is a business passion. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute but 1% of the human race. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also away out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. He has made a marvelous fight in this world in all the ages, and has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself, and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose, filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? End of chapter 12 concerning the Jews, read by John Greenman. Section 18 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 13, From the London Times of 1904, by Mark Twain. 1. Correspondence of the London Times. Chicago, April 1st, 1904. I resume my cable telephone where I left off yesterday. For many hours now this vast city, along with the rest of the globe, of course, has talked of nothing but the extraordinary episode mentioned in my last report. In accordance with your instructions, I will now trace the romance from its beginnings down to the culmination of yesterday, or today, call it which you like. By an odd chance, I was a personal actor in a part of this drama myself. The opening scene plays in Vienna. Date 1 o'clock in the morning, March 31st, 1898. I had spent the evening at a social entertainment. About midnight I went away in company with the military attaches of the British, Italian, and American embassies to finish with a late smoke. This function had been appointed to take place in the house of Lieutenant Hillyer, the third attache mentioned in the above list. When we arrived there we found several visitors in the room. Young Szczepanik (pronounced approximately Zepanik), Mr. K., his financial backer, Mr. W., the latter's secretary, and Lieutenant Clayton of the United States Army. War was at that time threatening between Spain and our country, and Lieutenant Clayton had been sent to Europe on military business. I was well acquainted with young Szczepanik and his two friends, and I knew Mr. Clayton slightly. I had met him at West Point years before, when he was a cadet. It was when General Merritt was superintendent. He had the reputation of being an able officer, and also of being quick-tempered and plain-spoken. This smoking party had been gathered together partly for business. This business was to consider the availability of the electroscope for military service. It sounds oddly enough now, but it is nevertheless true that at that time the invention was not taken seriously by any one except its inventor. Even his financial supporter regarded it merely as a curious and interesting toy. Indeed, he was so convinced of this that he had actually postponed its use by the general world to the end of the dying century by granting a 2 years' exclusive lease of it to a syndicate, whose intent was to exploit it at the Paris World's Fair. When we entered the smoking room we found Lieutenant Clayton and Szczepanik engaged in a warm talk over the telectroscope in the German tongue. Clayton was saying, "Well, you know my opinion of it, anyway," and he brought his fist down with emphasis upon the table. "And I do not value it," retorted the young inventor with provoking calmness of tone and manner. Clayton turned to Mr. K. and said, "I cannot see why you are wasting money on this toy. In my opinion, the day will never come when it will do a farthing's worth of real service for any human being." "That may be, yes, that may be. Still I have put the money in it and am content. I think, myself, that it is only a toy, but Stepanek claims more for it, and I know him well enough to believe that he can see farther than I can, either with his telectroscope or without it." The soft answer did not cool Clayton down. It seemed only to irritate him the more, and he repeated and emphasized his conviction that the invention would never do any man a farthing's worth of real service. He even made it a brass farthing this time. Then he laid an English farthing on the table and added, "Take that, Mr. K., and put it away, and if ever the telectroscope does any man an actual service, mind, a real service, please mail it to me as a reminder, and I will take back what I have been saying. Will you?" "I will," and Mr. K. put the coin in his pocket. Mr. Clayton now turned toward Stepanek and began with a taunt which did not reach a finish. Stepanek interrupted it with a hearty retort, and followed this with a blow. There was a brisk fight for a moment or two, then the attaches separated the men. The scene now changes to Chicago. Time, the autumn of 1901. As soon as the Paris contract released the telectroscope, it was delivered to public use, and was soon connected with the telephonic systems of the whole world. The improved limitless distance telephone was presently introduced, and the daily doings of the globe made visible to everybody, and audibly discussable, too, by witnesses separated by any number of leagues. By and by Stepanek arrived in Chicago. Clayton, now captain, was serving in that military department at the time. The two men resumed the Viennese quarrel of 1898. On 3 different occasions they quarreled, and were separated by witnesses. Then came an interval of 2 months, during which time Stepanek was not seen by any of his friends, and it was at first supposed that he had gone off on a sight-seeing tour and would soon be heard from. But no word came from him. Then it was supposed that he had returned to Europe. Still time drifted on, and he was not heard from. Nobody was troubled, for he was like most inventors and other kinds of poets, and went and came in a capricious way, and often without notice. Now comes the tragedy. On the 29th of December, in a dark and unused compartment of the cellar under Captain Clayton's house, a corpse was discovered by one of Clayton's maid servants. It was easily identified as Stepanek's. The man had died by violence. Clayton was arrested, indicted, and brought to trial charged with this murder. The evidence against him was perfect in every detail, and absolutely unassailable. Clayton admitted this himself. He said that a reasonable man could not examine this testimony with a dispassionate mind and not be convinced by it. Yet the man would be in error nevertheless. Clayton swore that he did not commit the murder, and that he had nothing to do with it. As your readers will remember, he was condemned to death. He had numerous and powerful friends, and they worked hard to save him, for none of them doubted the truth of his assertion. I did what little I could to help, for I had long since become a close friend of his, and thought I knew that it was not in his character to inveigle an enemy into a corner and assassinate him. During 1902 and 1903 he was several times reprieved by the Governor. He was reprieved once more in the beginning of the present year, and the execution day postponed to March 31st. The Governor's situation has been embarrassing from the day of the condemnation, because of the fact that Clayton's wife is the Governor's niece. The marriage took place in 1899, when Clayton was 34 and the girl 23, and has been a happy one. There is one child, a little girl, 3 years old. Pity for the poor mother and child kept the mouths of grumblers closed at first, but this could not last forever, for in America politics has a hand in everything, and by the Governor's political opponents began to call attention to his delay in allowing the law to take its course. These hints have grown more and more frequent of late, and more pronounced. As a natural result, his own party grew nervous. Its leaders began to visit Springfield and hold long private conferences with him. He was now between two fires. On the one hand, his niece was imploring him to pardon her husband. On the other were the leaders, insisting that he stand to his plain duty as chief magistrate of the State, and place no further bar to Clayton's execution. Duty won in the struggle, and the Governor gave his word that he would not again respite the condemned man. This was 2 weeks ago. Mrs. Clayton now said, "Now that you have given your word, my last hope is gone, for I know you will never go back from it. But you have done the best you could for John, and I have no reproaches for you. You love him and you love me, and we both know that if you could honorably save him, you would do it. I will go to him now and be what help I can to him, and get what comfort I may out of the few days that are left to us before the night comes which will have no end for me in life. You will be with me that day? You will not let me bear it alone? I will take you to him myself, poor child, and I will be near you to the last." By the Governor's command, Clayton was now allowed every indulgence he might ask for which could interest his mind and soften the hardship of his imprisonment. His wife and child spent the days with him. I was his companion by night. He was removed from the narrow cell which he had occupied during such a dreary stretch of time, and given the chief warden's roomy and comfortable quarters. His mind was always busy with the catastrophe of his life and with the slaughtered inventor, and he now took the fancy that he would like to have the telelectroscope and divert his mind with it. He had his wish. The connection was made with the international telephone station, and day by day, and night by night, he called up one corner of the globe after another and looked upon its life, and studied its strange sights, and spoke with its people, and realized that by grace of this marvelous instrument he was almost as free as the birds of the air, although a prisoner under locks and bars. He seldom spoke, and I never interrupted him when he was absorbed in this amusement. I sat in his parlor and read and smoked, and the nights were very quiet and reposefully sociable, and I found them pleasant. Now and then I would hear him say, "Give me Yedo," next, "Give me Hong Kong," next, "Give me Melbourne," and I smoked on, and read in comfort, while he wandered about the remote underworld, where the sun was shining in the sky, and the people were at their daily work. Sometimes the talk that came from those far regions through the microphone attachment interested me, and I listened. Yesterday I keep calling it yesterday, which is quite natural for certain reasons the instrument remained unused, and that, also, was natural, for it was the eve of the execution day. It was spent in tears and lamentations and farewells. The governor and the wife and child remained until 11:15 at night, and the scenes I witnessed were pitiful to see. The execution was to take place at 4 in the morning. A little after 11 a sound of hammering broke out upon the still night, and there was a glare of light, and the child cried out, "What is that, papa?" and ran to the window before she could be stopped, and clapped her small hands and said, "Oh, come and see, mamma, such a pretty thing they are making." The mother knew, and fainted. It was the gallows. She was carried away to her lodging, poor woman, and Clayton and I were alone, alone and thinking, brooding, dreaming. We might have been statues, we sat so motionless and still. It was a wild night, for winter was come again for a moment, after the habit of this region in the early spring. The sky was starless and black, and a strong wind was blowing from the lake. The silence in the room was so deep that all outside sounds seemed exaggerated by contrast with it. These sounds were fitting ones. They harmonized with the situation and the conditions. The boom and thunder of sudden storm gusts among the roofs and chimneys. Then the dying down into moanings and wailings about the eaves and angles. Now and then a gnashing and lashing rush of sleet along the window panes. And always the muffled and uncanny hammering of the gallows builders in the courtyard. After an age of this, another sound, far off, coming, smothered and faint, through the riot of the tempest. A bell tolling 12. Another age, and it tolled again. By and by, again. A dreary long interval after this. Then the spectral sound floated to us once more. 1, 2, 3, and this time we caught our breath. 60 minutes of life left. Clayton rose and stood by the window, and looked up into the black sky, and listened to the thrashing sleet and the piping wind. Then he said, "That a dying man's last of earth should be this." After a little he said, I must see the sun again, the sun!" And the next moment he was feverishly calling, "China! Give me China! Peking!" I was strangely stirred, and said to myself, "To think that it is a mere human being who does this unimaginable miracle, turns winter into summer, night into day, storm into calm, gives the freedom of the great globe to a prisoner in his cell, and the sun in his naked splendor to a man dying in Egyptian darkness." I was listening. What light! What brilliancy! What radiance! This is Peking? Yes. The time? Mid-afternoon. What is the great crowd for, and in such gorgeous costumes? What masses and masses of rich color and barbaric magnificence! And how they flash and glow and burn in the flooding sunlight! What is the occasion of it all? The coronation of our new emperor, the Czar. But I thought that that was to take place yesterday. This is yesterday to you. Certainly it is, but my mind is confused these days. There are reasons for it. Is this the beginning of the procession? Oh, no, it began to move an hour ago. Is there much more of it still to come? 2 hours of it. Why do you sigh? Because I should like to see it all. And why can't you? I have to go presently. You have an engagement? After a pause, softly, "Yes." After another pause, "Who are these in the splendid pavilion?" "The imperial family, and visiting royalties from here and there and yonder in the earth." "And who are those in the adjoining pavilions, to the right and left?" "Ambassadors and their families and suites to the right, unofficial foreigners to the left." "If you will be so good, I—" Boom! That distant bell again, tolling the half hour faintly through the tempest of wind and sleet. The door opened, and the governor and the mother and child entered, the woman in widow's weeds. She fell upon her husband's breast in a passion of sobs, and I could not stay. I could not bear it. I went into the bedchamber and closed the door. I sat there waiting, 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 and listening to the rattling sashes and the blustering of the storm. After what seemed a long, long time, I heard a rustle and movement in the parlor, and knew that the clergyman and the sheriff and the guard were come. There was some low-voiced talking, then a hush, then a prayer, with a sound of sobbing. Presently footfalls, the departure for the gallows. Then the child's happy voice, "Don't cry now, Mama, when we've got Papa again and taking him home." The door closed. They were gone. I was ashamed. I was the only friend of the dying man that had no spirit, no courage. I stepped into the room and said I would be a man and would follow. But we are made as we are made, and we cannot help it. I did not go. I fidgeted about the room nervously, and presently went to the window and softly raised it, drawn by that dread fascination which the terrible and the awful exert, and looked down upon the courtyard. By the garish light of the electric lamps
I saw the little group of privileged witnesses, the wife crying on her uncle's breast, the condemned man standing on the scaffold with the halter around his neck, his arms strapped to his body, the black cap on his head, the sheriff at his side with his hand on the drop, the clergyman in front of him with bare head and his book in his hand. "I am the resurrection and the life." I turned away. I could not listen. I could not look. I did not know whither to go or what to do. Mechanically, and without knowledge, I put my eye to that strange instrument, and there was Peking and the Czar's procession. The next moment I was leaning out of the window, gasping, suffocating, trying to speak, but dumb from the very eminence of the necessity of speaking. The preacher could speak, but I, who had such need of words, "And may God have mercy upon your soul. Amen." The sheriff drew down the black cap and laid his hand upon the lever. I got my voice. "Stop, for God's sake! The man is innocent. Come here and see Szczepanik face to face." Hardly 3 minutes later the governor had my place at the window and was saying, "Strike off his bonds and set him free." 3 minutes later all were in the parlor again. The reader will imagine the scene. I have no need to describe it. It was a sort of mad orgy of joy. A messenger carried word to Szczepanik in the pavilion, and one could see the distressed amazement dawn in his face as he listened to the tale. Then he came to his end of the line, and talked with Clayton and the governor and the others, and the wife poured out her gratitude upon him for saving her husband's life, and in her deep thankfulness she kissed him at 12,000 miles range. The telelectrophonoscopes of the globe were put to service now, and for many hours the kings and queens of many realms, with here and there a reporter, talked with Szczepanik and praised him, and the few scientific societies which had not already made him an honorary member conferred that grace upon him. How had he come to disappear from among us? It was easily explained. He had not grown used to being a world-famous person, and had been forced to break away from the lionizing that was robbing him of all privacy and repose. So he grew a beard, put on colored glasses, disguised himself a little in other ways, then took a fictitious name and went off to wander about the earth in peace. Such is the tale of the drama which began with the inconsequential quarrel in Vienna in the spring of 1898, and came near ending as a tragedy in the spring of 1904. Mark Twain. 2. Correspondence of the London Times, Chicago, April 5, 1904. Today, by a clipper of the electric line and the latter's electric railway connections, arrived an envelope from Vienna for Captain Clayton containing an English farthing. The receiver of it was a good deal moved. He called up Vienna and stood face to face with Mr. K. and said, "I do not need to say anything. You can see it all in my face. My wife has the farthing. Do not be afraid. She will not throw it away. M. T. 3. Correspondence of the London Times, Chicago, April 23, 1904. Now that the after developments of the Clayton case have run their course and reached a finish, I will sum them up. Clayton's romantic escape from a shameful death steeped all this region in an enchantment of wonder and joy during the proverbial 9 days. Then the sobering process followed, and men began to take thought and to say, "But a man was killed, and Clayton killed him." Others replied, "That is true, we have been overlooking that important detail. We have been led away by excitement." The feeling soon became general that Clayton ought to be tried again. Measures were taken accordingly, and the proper representations conveyed to Washington, for in America, under the new paragraph added to the Constitution in 1899, second trials are not state affairs, but national, and must be tried by the most august body in the land, the Supreme Court of the United States. The justices were therefore summoned to sit in Chicago. The session was held day before yesterday, and was opened with the usual impressive formalities, the 9 judges appearing in their black robes, and the new Chief Justice, Lemaitre, presiding. In opening the case the Chief Justice said, "It is my opinion that this matter is quite simple. The prisoner at the bar was charged with murdering the man Szczepanik. He was tried for murdering the man Szczepanik. He was fairly tried, and justly condemned and sentenced to death for murdering the man Szczepanik. It turns out that the man Szczepanik was not murdered at all. By the decision of the French courts in the Dreyfus matter, it is established beyond cavil or question that the decisions of courts are permanent and cannot be revised. We are obliged to respect and adopt this precedent. It is upon precedents that the enduring edifice of jurisprudence is reared. The prisoner at the bar has been fairly and righteously condemned to death for the murder of the man Szczepanik, and in my opinion there is but one course to pursue in the matter. He must be hanged." Mr. Justice Crawford said, "But, Your Excellency, he was pardoned on the scaffold for that." "The pardon is not valid, and cannot stand, because he was pardoned for killing a man whom he had not killed. A man cannot be pardoned for a crime which he has not committed. It would be an absurdity." "But, Your Excellency, he did kill a man." "That is an extraneous detail. We have nothing to do with it. The court cannot take up this crime until the prisoner has expiated the other one." Mr. Justice Halleck said, "If we order his execution, Your Excellency, we shall bring about a miscarriage of justice, for the governor will pardon him again. He will not have the power. He cannot pardon a man for a crime which he has not committed. As I observed before, it would be an absurdity." After a consultation, Mr. Justice Wadsworth said, "Several of us have arrived at the conclusion, Your Excellency, that it would be an error to hang the prisoner for killing Szczepanik, but only for killing the other man, since it is proven that he did not kill Szczepanik. On the contrary,
It is proven that he did kill Stepanek. By the French precedent, it is plain that we must abide by the finding of the court. But Stepanek is still alive. So is Dreyfus. In the end, it was found impossible to ignore or get around the French precedent. There could be but one result. Clayton was delivered over to the executioner. It made an immense excitement. The state rose as one man and clamored for Clayton's pardon and retrial. The governor issued the pardon, but the Supreme Court was in duty bound to annul it, and did so, and poor Clayton was hanged yesterday. The city is draped in black, and indeed the like may be said of the state. All America is vocal with scorn of French justice, and of the malignant little soldiers who invented it and inflicted it upon the other Christian lands. Mark Twain. End of chapter 13, from the London Times of 1904, read by John Greenman. Section 19 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 14, At the Appetite Cure. This establishment's name is Hochberghaus. It is in Bohemia, a short day's journey from Vienna, and being in the Austrian Empire is, of course, a health resort. The empire is made up of health resorts. It distributes health to the whole world. Its waters are all medicinal. They are bottled and sent throughout the earth. The natives themselves drink beer. This is self-sacrifice, apparently, but outlanders who have drunk Vienna beer have another idea about it, particularly the Pilsner, which one gets in a small cellar up an obscure back lane in the first Bezirk. The name has escaped me, but the place is easily found. You inquire for the Greek church. When you get to it, go right along by. The next house is that little beer mill. It is remote from all traffic and all noise. It is always Sunday there. There are two small rooms with low ceilings, supported by massive arches. The arches and ceilings are whitewashed. Otherwise the rooms would pass for cells in the dungeons of a Bastille. The furniture is plain and cheap. There is no ornamentation anywhere. Yet it is a heaven for the self-sacrificers, for the beer there is incomparable. There is nothing like it elsewhere in the world. In the first room you will find 12 or 15 ladies and gentlemen of civilian quality. In the other one a dozen generals and ambassadors. One may live in Vienna many months and not hear of this place, but having once heard of it and sampled it, the sampler will afterward infest it. However, this is all incidental, a mere passing note of gratitude for blessings received. It has nothing to do with my subject. My subject is health resorts. All unhealthy people ought to domicile themselves in Vienna, and use that as a base, making flights from time to time to the outlying resorts according to need. A flight to Marienbad to get rid of fat, a flight to Karlsbad to get rid of rheumatism, a flight to Kaltenleutgeben to take the water cure and get rid of the rest of the diseases. It is all so handy. You can stand in Vienna and toss a biscuit into Kaltenleutgeben with a 12-inch gun. You can run out thither at any time of the day. You go by the phenomenally slow trains, and yet inside of an hour you have exchanged the glare and swelter of the city for wooded hills and shady forest paths and soft, cool airs, and the music of birds, and the repose and peace of paradise. And there are plenty of other health resorts at your service, and convenient to get at from Vienna, charming places, all of them. Vienna sits in the center of a beautiful world of mountains, with now and then a lake and forests. In fact, no other city is so fortunately situated. There are abundance of health resorts, as I have said, among them this place, Hochberghaus. It stands solitary on the top of a densely wooded mountain, and is a building of great size. It is called the Appetite Anstalt, and people who have lost their appetites come here to get them restored. When I arrived I was taken by Professor Homburger to his consulting room and questioned. "It is 6 o'clock. When did you eat last?" "At noon." "What did you eat?" "Next to nothing." "What was on the table?" "The usual things. Chops, chickens, vegetables, and so on." "Yes, but don't mention them. I can't bear it." "Are you tired of them?" "Oh, utterly. I wish I might never hear of them again." "The mere sight of food offends you, does it?" "More. It revolts me." The doctor considered a while, then got out a long menu and ran his eye slowly down it. "I think," said he, "that what you need to eat is but here, choose for yourself." I glanced at the list, and my stomach threw a handspring. Of all the barbarous layouts that were ever contrived, this was the most atrocious. At the top stood tough, underdone, overdue tripe, garnished with garlic. Halfway down the bill stood young cat, old cat, scrambled cat. At the bottom stood sailor boots, softened with tallow, served raw. The wide intervals of the bill were packed with dishes calculated to insult a cannibal. I said, "Doctor, it is not fair to joke over so serious a case as mine. I came here to get an appetite, not to throw away the remnant that's left." He said gravely, "I am not joking. Why should I joke?" "But I can't eat these horrors." "Why not?" He said it with a naivete that was admirable, whether it was real or assumed. "Why not? Because, why, doctor, for months I have seldom been able to endure anything more substantial than omelettes and custards. These unspeakable dishes of yours—" "Oh, you will come to like them. They are very good, and you must eat them. It is the rule of the place, and is strict. I cannot permit any departure from it." I said, smiling, "Well, then, doctor, you will have to permit the departure of the patient. I am going." He looked hurt, and said, in a way which changed the aspect of things, "I am sure you would not do me that injustice. I accepted you in good faith. You will not shame that confidence. This appetite cure is my whole living. If you should go forth from it with the sort of appetite which you now have, it could become known, and you can see yourself that people would say my cure failed in your case, and hence can fail in other cases. You will not go. You will not do me this hurt." I apologized, and said I would stay. "That is right. I was sure you would not go. It would take the food from my family's mouths." "Would they mind that? Do they eat these fiendish things?" "They? My family?" His eyes were full of gentle wonder. "Of course not." "Oh, they don't. Do you?" "Certainly not." "I see. It's another case of a physician who doesn't take his own medicine." "But I don't need it." "It is 6 hours since you lunched. Will you have supper now or later?" "I am not hungry, but now is as good a time as any, and I would like to be done with it and have it off my mind. It is about my usual time, and regularity is commanded by all the authorities. Yes, I will try to nibble a little now. I wish a light horsewhipping would answer instead." The professor handed me that odious menu. "Choose, or will you have it later?" "Oh, dear me! Show me my room. I forgot your hard rule." "Wait just a moment before you finally decide. There is another rule. If you choose now, the order will be filled at once. But if you wait, you will have to await my pleasure. You cannot get a dish from that entire bill until I consent." "All right. Show me to my room, and send the cook to bed. There is not going to be any hurry." The professor took me up one flight of stairs and showed me into a most inviting and comfortable apartment consisting of parlor, bedchamber, and bathroom. The front windows looked out over a far-reaching spread of green glades and valleys, and tumbled hills clothed with forests, a noble solitude unvexed by the fuzzy world. In the parlor were many shelves filled with books. The professor said he would now leave me to myself, and added, "Smoke and read as much as you please. Drink all the water you like. When you get hungry, ring and give your order, and I will decide whether it shall be filled or not. Yours is a stubborn, bad case, and I think the first 14 dishes in the bill are each and all too delicate for its needs. I ask you as a favor to restrain yourself and not call for them." "Restrain myself, is it? Give yourself no uneasiness. You are going to save money by me. The idea of coaxing a sick man's appetite back with this buzzard fare is clear insanity." I said it with bitterness, for I felt outraged by this calm, cold talk over these heartless new engines of assassination. The doctor looked grieved, but not offended. He laid the bill of fare on the commode at my bed's head, so that it would be handy, and said, "Yours is not the worst case I have encountered by any means. Still it is a bad one, and requires robust treatment. Therefore I shall be gratified if you will restrain yourself and skip down to number 15 and begin with that. Then he left me, and I began to undress, for I was dog-tired and very sleepy. I slept 15 hours, and woke up finely refreshed at 10 the next morning. Vienna coffee! It was the first thing I thought of, that unapproachable luxury, that sumptuous coffee-house coffee, compared with which all other European coffee and all American hotel coffee is mere fluid poverty. I rang and ordered it. Also Vienna bread, that delicious invention. The servant spoke through the wicket in the door and said, "But you know what he said. He referred me to the bill of fare." I allowed him to go. I had no further use for him. After the bath I dressed and started for a walk, and got as far as the door. It was locked on the outside. I rang, and the servant came and explained that it was another rule. The seclusion of the patient was required until after the first meal. I had not been particularly anxious to get out before, but it was different now. Being locked in makes a person wishful to get out. I soon began to find it difficult to put in the time. At 2 o'clock I had been 26 hours without food. I had been growing hungry for some time. I recognized that I was not only hungry now, but hungry with a strong adjective in front of it. Yet I was not hungry enough to face the bill of fare. I must put in the time somehow. I would read and smoke. I did it, hour by hour. The books were all of one breed: shipwrecks, people lost in deserts, people shut up in caved-in mines, people starving in besieged cities. I read about all the revolting dishes that ever famishing men had stayed their hunger with. During the first hours these things nauseated me. Hours followed in which they did not so affect me. Still other hours followed in which I found myself smacking my lips over some tolerably infernal messes. When I had been without food 45 hours, I ran eagerly to the bell and ordered the second dish in the bill, which was a sort of dumplings containing a compost made of caviar and tar. It was refused me. During the next 15 hours I visited the bell every now and then and ordered a dish that was further down the list. Always a refusal. But I was conquering prejudice after prejudice right along. I was making sure progress. I was creeping up on number 15 with deadly certainty, and my heart beat faster and faster, my hopes rose higher and higher. At last, when food had not passed my lips for 60 hours, victory was mine, and I ordered number 15, soft-boiled spring chicken, in the egg, 6 dozen, hot and fragrant. In 15 minutes it was there, and the doctor along with it, rubbing his hands with joy. He said with great excitement, "It's a cure! It's a cure! I knew I could do it. Dear sir, my grand system never fails, never. You've got your appetite back, you know you have. Say it and make me happy. Bring on your carrion. I can eat anything in the bill." Oh, this is noble, this is splendid! But I knew I could do it, The system never fails. How are the birds?" Never was anything so delicious in the world. And yet, as a rule, I don't care for game. But don't interrupt me, don't. I can't spare my mouth, I really can't." Then the doctor said, "The cure is perfect. There is no more doubt, nor danger. Let the poultry alone. I can trust you with a beefsteak now." The beefsteak came, as much as a basketful of it, with potatoes, and Vienna bread and coffee, and I ate a meal then that was worth all the costly preparation I had made for it, and dripped tears of gratitude into the gravy all the time, gratitude to the doctor for putting a little plain common sense into me when I had been empty of it so many, many years. 2. 30 years ago Heimberger went off on a long voyage in a sailing ship. There were 15 passengers on board. The table fare was of the regulation pattern of the day. At 7 in the morning a cup of bad coffee in bed. At 9 breakfast. Bad coffee with condensed milk, soggy rolls, crackers, salt fish. At 1 P.M. luncheon. Cold tongue, cold ham, cold corned beef, soggy cold rolls, crackers. 5 P.M. dinner. Thick pea soup, salt fish, hot corned beef and sauerkraut, boiled pork and beans, pudding. 9 till 11 P.M. supper. Tea with condensed milk, cold tongue, cold ham, pickles, sea biscuit, pickled oysters, pickled pig's feet, grilled bones, golden buck. At the end of the first week eating had ceased, nibbling had taken its place. The passengers came to the table, but it was partly to put in the time, and partly because the wisdom of the ages commanded them to be regular in their meals. They were tired of the coarse and monotonous fare, and took no interest in it, had no appetite for it. All day and every day they roamed the ship, half hungry, plagued by their gnawing stomachs, moody, untalkative, miserable. Among them were 3 confirmed dyspeptics. These became shadows in the course of 3 weeks. There was also a bedridden invalid. He lived on boiled rice. He could not look at the regular dishes. Now came shipwreck and life in open boats, with the usual paucity of food. Provisions ran lower and lower. The appetites improved then. When nothing was left but raw ham, and the ration of that was down to 2 ounces a day per person, the appetites were perfect. At the end of 15 days the dyspeptics, the invalid, and the most delicate ladies in the party were chewing sailor boots in ecstasy, and only complaining because the supply of them was limited. Yet these were the same people who couldn't endure the ship's tedious corned beef and sauerkraut and other crudities. They were rescued by an English vessel. Within 10 days the whole 15 were in as good condition as they had been when the shipwreck occurred. "They had suffered no damage by their adventure," said the professor. "Do you note that?" "Yes." "Do you note it well?" "Yes, I think I do." "But you don't. You hesitate. You don't rise to the importance of it. I will say it again, with emphasis. Not one of them suffered any damage. Now I begin to see. Yes, it was indeed remarkable. Nothing of the kind. It was perfectly natural. There was no reason why they should suffer damage. They were undergoing nature's appetite cure, the best and wisest in the world. Is that where you got your idea? That is where I got it. It taught those people a valuable lesson. What makes you think that? Why shouldn't I? You seem to think it taught you one. That is nothing to the point. I am not a fool. I see. Were they fools? They were human beings. Is it the same thing? Why do you ask? You know it yourself. As regards his health and the rest of the things, the average man is what his environment and his superstitions have made him, and their function is to make him an ass. He can't add up 3 or 4 new circumstances together and perceive what they mean. It is beyond him. He is not capable of observing for himself. He has to get everything at second hand. If what are miscalled the lower animals were as silly as man is, they would all perish from the earth in a year. Those passengers learned no lesson, then. Not a sign of it. They went to their regular meals in the English ship, and pretty soon they were nibbling again, nibbling, appetiteless, disgusted with the food, moody, miserable, half hungry, their outraged stomachs cursing and swearing and whining and supplicating all day long. And in vain, for they were the stomachs of fools. Then, as I understand it, your scheme is quite simple. Don't eat till you are hungry. If the food fails to taste good, fails to satisfy you, rejoice you, comfort you, don't eat it again until you are very hungry. Then it will rejoice you, and do you good, too. And I observe no regularity as to hours. When you are conquering a bad appetite, no. After it is conquered, regularity is no harm, so long as the appetite remains good. As soon as the appetite wavers, apply the corrective again, which is starvation, long or short, according to the needs of the case. The best diet, I suppose, I mean the wholesomest. All diets are wholesome. Some are wholesomer than others, but all the ordinary diets are wholesome enough for the people who use them. Whether the food be fine or coarse, it will taste good and will nourish if a watch be kept upon the appetite, and a little starvation introduced every time it weakens. Nansen was used to fine fare, but when his meals were restricted to bear meat months at a time, he suffered no damage and no discomfort, because his appetite was kept at par through the difficulty of getting his bear meat regularly. But doctors arrange carefully considered and delicate diets for invalids. They can't help it. The invalid is full of inherited superstitions and won't starve himself. He believes it would certainly kill him. It would weaken him, wouldn't it? Nothing to hurt. Look at the invalids in our shipwreck. They lived 15 days on pinches of raw ham, a suck at sailor boots, and general starvation. It weakened them, but it didn't hurt them. It put them in fine shape to eat heartily of hearty food, and build themselves up to a condition of robust health. But they did not perceive that. They lost their opportunity. They remained invalids. It served them right. Do you know the tricks that the health resort doctors play? What is it? My system disguised. Covert starvation. Grape cure. Bath cure. Mud cure. It is all the same. The grape and the bath and the mud make a show and do a trifle of the work. The real work is done by the surreptitious starvation. The patient, accustomed to 4 meals and late hours at both ends of the day. Now consider what he has to do at a health resort. He gets up at 6 in the morning, eats 1 egg, tramps up and down a promenade 2 hours with the other fools, eats a butterfly, slowly drinks a glass of filtered sewage that smells like a buzzard's breath, promenades another 2 hours, but alone. If you speak to him he says anxiously, "My water. I am walking off my water. Please don't interrupt," and goes stumping along again, eats a candied rose leaf, lies at rest in the silence and solitude of his room for hours, mustn't speak, mustn't read, mustn't smoke. The doctor comes and feels of his heart now, and his pulse, and thumps his breast and his back and his stomach, and listens for results through a penny flageolet. Then orders the man's bath, half a degree Reaumur cooler than yesterday. After the bath another egg, a glass of sewage at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and promenade solemnly with the other freaks. Dinner at 6, half a doughnut and a cup of tea. Walk again. 8:30, supper, more butterfly. At 9, to bed. 6 weeks of this regime. Think of it! It starves a man out and puts him in splendid condition. It would have the same effect in London, New York, Jericho, anywhere. How long does it take to put a person in condition here? It ought to take but a day or 2, but in fact it takes from 1 to 6 weeks, according to the character and mentality of the patient. How is that? Do you see that crowd of women playing football and boxing and jumping fences yonder? They have been here 6 or 7 weeks. They were spectral poor weaklings when they came. They were accustomed to nibbling at dainties and delicacies at set hours 4 times a day, and they had no appetite for anything. I questioned them, and then locked them into their rooms, the frailest ones to starve 9 or 10 hours, the others 12 or 15. Before long they began to beg, and indeed they suffered a good deal. They complained of nausea, headache, and so on. It was good to see them eat when the time was up. They could not remember when the devouring of a meal had afforded them such rapture. That was their word. Now then, that ought to have ended their cure, but it didn't. They were free to go to any meals in the house, and they chose their accustomed 4. Within a day or 2 I had to interfere. Their appetites were weakening. I made them knock out a meal. That set them up again. Then they resumed the 4. I begged them to learn to knock out a meal themselves without waiting for me. Up to a fortnight ago they couldn't. They really hadn't manhood enough, but they were gaining it, and now I think they are safe. They drop out a meal every now and then of their own accord. They are in fine condition now, and they might safely go home, I think, but their confidence is not quite perfect yet, so they are waiting a while. Other cases are different? Oh, yes. Sometimes a man learns the whole trick in a week, learns to regulate his appetite and keep it in perfect order, learns to drop out a meal with frequency and not mind it. But why drop the entire meal out? Why not a part of it? It's a poor device and inadequate. If the stomach doesn't call vigorously, with a shout, as you may say, it is better not to pester it, but just give it a real rest. Some people can eat more meals than others and still thrive. There are all sorts of people and all sorts of appetites. I will show you a man presently who was accustomed to nibble at 8 meals a day. It was beyond the proper gait of his appetite by 2. I have got him down to 6 a day now, and he is all right, and enjoys life. How many meals do you effect per day? Formerly, for 22 years, a meal and a half. During the past 2 years, 2 and a half. Coffee and a roll at 9, luncheon 1, dinner 7:30 or 8. Formerly a meal and a half, that is, coffee and a roll at 9, dinner in the evening, nothing in between? Is that it? Yes. Why did you add a meal? It was the family's idea. They were uneasy. They thought I was killing myself. You found a meal and a half per day enough all through the 22 years? Plenty. Your present poor condition is due to the extra meal. Drop it out. You are trying to eat oftener than your stomach demands. You don't gain, you lose. You eat less food now in a day on 2 and a half meals than you formerly ate on 1 and a half. True, a good deal less, for in those old days my dinner was a very sizable thing. Put yourself on a single meal a day now, dinner, for a few days, till you secure a good, sound, regular, trustworthy appetite. Then take to your 1 and a half permanently, and don't listen to the family any more. When you have any ordinary ailment, particularly of a feverish sort, eat nothing at all during 24 hours. That will cure it. It will cure the stubbornest cold in the head, too. No cold in the head can survive 24 hours of modified starvation. I know it. I have proved it many a time.
End of Chapter 14 at the Appetite Cure. Read by John Greenman. Section 20 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 15, In Memoriam. Olivia Susan Clemens. Died August 18th, 1896, aged 24. In a fair valley, oh, how long ago, where all the broad expanse was clothed in vines, and fruitful fields and meadows starred with flowers, and clear streams wandered at their idle will, and still lakes slept, their burnished surfaces a dream of painted clouds, and soft airs went whispering with odorous breath, and all was peace in that fair vale. Shut from the troubled world, a nameless hamlet drowsed. Hard by, apart, a temple stood, and strangers from the outer world passing noted it with tired eyes, and seeing, saw it not. A glimpse of its fair form, an answering momentary thrill, and they passed on, careless and unaware. They could not know the cunning of its make, they could not know the secret shut up in its heart. Only the dwellers of the hamlet knew. They knew that what seemed brass was gold, what marble seemed was ivory. The glories that enriched the milky surfaces, the trailing vines and interwoven flowers, and tropic birds a-wing, clothed all in tinted fires, they knew for what they were, not what they seemed, encrustings all of gems, not perishable splendors of the brush. They knew the secret spot where one must stand, they knew the surest hour, the proper slant of sun, to gather in, unmarred, undimmed, the vision of the fane in all its fairy grace, a fainting dream against the opal sky. And more than this, they knew that in the temple's inmost place a spirit dwell, made all of light. For glimpses of it they had caught beyond the curtains when the priests that served the altar came and went. All loved that light and held it dear that had this partial grace. But the adoring priests alone, who lived by day and night submerged in its immortal glow, knew all its power and depth, and could appraise the loss if it should fade and fail and come no more. All this was long ago, so long ago. The light burned on, and they that worshipped it, and they that caught its flash at intervals and held it dear, contented lived in its secure possession. Ah, how long ago it was! And then when they were nothing fearing, and God's peace was in the air, and none was prophesying harm, the vast disaster fell. Where stood the temple when the sun went down was vacant desert when it rose again. Ah, yes, 'tis ages since it chanced. So long ago it was, that from the memory of the hamlet folk the light has passed, they scarce believing now that once it was, or if believing, yet not missing it, and reconciled to have it gone. Not so the priests, oh, not so the stricken ones that served it day and night, adoring it, abiding in the healing of its peace. They stand yet where erst they stood speechless in that dim morning long ago, and still they gaze as then they gazed, and murmur
It will come again. It knows our pain. It knows. It knows. Ah, surely it will come again. S. L. C. Lake Lucerne, August 18, 1897. End of Chapter 15. In Memoriam, read by John Greenman. Section 21 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 16. Mark Twain, A Biographical Sketch by Samuel E. Moffett. In 1835, the creation of the Western Empire of America had just begun. In the whole region west of the Mississippi, which now contains 21 million people, nearly twice the entire population of the United States at that time, there were less than 500,000 white inhabitants. There were only two states beyond the great river, Louisiana and Missouri. There were only two considerable groups of population, one about New Orleans and the other about St. Louis. If we omit New Orleans, which is east of the river, there was only one place in all that vast domain with any pretension to be called a city. That was St. Louis, and that metropolis, the wonder and pride of all the western country, had no more than 10,000 inhabitants. It was in this frontier region, on the extreme fringe of settlement, that just divides the desert from the Saône, that Samuel Langhorne Clemens was born November 30th, 1835, in the hamlet of Florida, Missouri. His parents had come there to be in the thick of the Western boom, and by a fate for which no lack of foresight on their part was to blame, they found themselves in a place which succeeded in accumulating 125 inhabitants in the next 60 years. When we read of the westward sweep of population and wealth in the United States, it seems as if those who were in the van of that moment must have been inevitably carried on to fortune. But that was a tide full of eddies and back currents, and Mark Twain's parents possessed a faculty for finding them that appears nothing less than miraculous. The whole Western Empire was before them where to choose. They could have bought the entire site of Chicago for a pair of boots. They could have taken up a farm within the present city limits of St. Louis. What they actually did was to live for a time in Columbia, Kentucky, with a small property in land and 6 inherited slaves, then to move to Jamestown on the Cumberland Plateau of Tennessee, a place that was then no farther removed from the currents of the world's life than Uganda, but which no resident of that or any other part of Central Africa would now regard as a serious competitor, and next to migrate to Missouri, passing St. Louis and settling first in Florida and afterward in Hannibal. But when the whole map was blank, the promise of fortune glowed as rosily in these regions as anywhere else. Florida had great expectations when Jackson was president. When John Marshall Clemens took up 80,000 acres of land in Tennessee, he thought he had established his children as territorial magnates. That phantom vision of wealth furnished later one of the motives of the Gilded Age. It conferred no other benefit. If Samuel Clemens missed a fortune, he inherited good blood. On both sides his family had been settled in the South since early colonial times. His father, John Marshall Clemens of Virginia, was a descendant of Gregory Clemens, who became one of the judges that condemned Charles I to death, was accepted from the amnesty after the Restoration in consequence, and lost his head. A cousin of John M. Clemens, Jeremiah Clemens, represented Alabama in the United States Senate from 1849 to 1853. Through his mother, Jane Lambton, the boy was descended from the Lambtons of Durham, whose modern English representatives still possess the lands held by their ancestors of the same name since the 12th century. Some of her forebears on the maternal side, the Montgomerys, went with Daniel Boone to Kentucky, and were in the thick of the romantic and tragic events that accompanied the settlement of the Dark and Bloody Ground,
and she herself was born there 29 years after the first log cabin was built within the limits of the present Commonwealth. She was one of the earliest, prettiest, and brightest of the many belles that have given Kentucky such an enviable reputation as a nursery of fair women, and her vivacity and wit left no doubt in the minds of her friends concerning the source of her son's genius. John Marshall Clemens, who had been trained for the bar in Virginia, served for some years as a magistrate at Hannibal, holding for a time the position of county judge. With his death in March, 1847, Mark Twain's formal education came to an end, and his education in real life began. He had always been a delicate boy, and his father, in consequence, had been lenient in the matter of enforcing attendance at school, although he had been profoundly anxious that his children should be well educated. His wish was fulfilled, although not in the way he had expected. It is a fortunate thing for literature that Mark Twain was never ground into smooth uniformity under the scholastic emery wheel. He has made the world his university, and in men and books and strange places and all the phases of an infinitely varied life has built an education broad and deep on the foundations of an undisturbed individuality. His high school was a village printing office where his elder brother Orion was conducting a newspaper. The 13-year-old boy served in all capacities, and in the occasional absences of his chief he reveled in personal journalism, with original illustrations hacked on wooden blocks with a jackknife to an extent that riveted the town's attention, but not its admiration, as his brother plaintively confessed. The editor spoke with feeling, for he had to take the consequences of these exploits on his return. From his earliest childhood young Clemens had been of an adventurous disposition. Before he was 13 he had been extracted 3 times from the Mississippi and 6 times from Bear Creek, in a substantially drowned condition, but his mother, with a high confidence in his future that never deserted her, merely remarked, "People who are born to be hanged are safe in the water." By 1853 the Hannibal tether had become too short for him. He disappeared from home and wandered from one Eastern printing office to another. He saw the World's Fair at New York and other marvels, and supported himself by setting type. At the end of this wanderjahr financial stress drove him back to his family. He lived at St. Louis, Muscatine, and Keokuk until 1857, when he induced the great Horace Bixby to teach him the mystery of steamboat piloting. The charm of all this warm, indolent existence in the sleepy river towns has colored his whole subsequent life. In Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, Life on the Mississippi, and Pudd'nhead Wilson, every phase of that vanished estate is lovingly dwelt upon. Native character will always make itself felt, but one may wonder whether Mark Twain's humor would have developed in quite so sympathetic and buoyant a vein if he had been brought up in Ecclefechan instead of in Hannibal, and whether Carlyle might not have been a little more human if he had spent his boyhood in Hannibal instead of in Ecclefechan. A Mississippi pilot in the later '50s was a personage of imposing grandeur. He was a miracle of attainments. He was the absolute master of his boat while it was under way, and just before his fall he commanded a salary precisely equal to that earned at that time by the Vice President of the United States or a Justice of the Supreme Court. The best proof of the superlative majesty and desirability of his position is the fact that Samuel Clemens deliberately subjected himself to the incredible labor necessary to attain it, a labor compared with which the efforts needed to acquire the degree of Doctor of Philosophy at a university are as light as a summer course of modern novels. To appreciate the full meaning of a pilot's marvelous education, one must read the whole of Life on the Mississippi, but this extract may give a partial idea of a single feature of that training, the cultivation of the memory.
First of all, there is one faculty which a pilot must incessantly cultivate until he has brought it to absolute perfection. Nothing short of perfection will do. That faculty is memory. He cannot stop with merely thinking a thing is so and so. He must know it, for this is eminently one of the exact sciences. With what scorn a pilot was looked upon in the old times if he ever ventured to deal in that feeble phrase, "I think," instead of the vigorous one, "I know." One cannot easily realize what a tremendous thing it is to know every trivial detail of 1,200 miles of river, and know it with absolute exactness. If you will take the longest street in New York and travel up and down it, conning its features patiently until you know every house and window and door and lamp post and big and little sign by heart, and know them so accurately that you can instantly name the one you are abreast of when you are set down at random in that street in the middle of an inky black night, you will then have a tolerable notion of the amount and the exactness of a pilot's knowledge who carries the Mississippi River in his head. And then, if you will go on until you know every street crossing, the character, size, and position of the crossing stones, and the varying depth of mud in each of those numberless places, you will have some idea of what the pilot must know in order to keep a Mississippi steamer out of trouble. Next, if you will take half of the signs in that long street and change their places once a month, and still manage to know their new positions accurately on dark nights, and keep up with these repeated changes without making any mistakes, you will understand what is required of a pilot's peerless memory by the fickle Mississippi. I think a pilot's memory is about the most wonderful thing in the world. To know the Old and New Testaments by heart, and be able to recite them glibly, forward or backward, or begin at random anywhere in the book and recite both ways, and never trip or make a mistake, is no extravagant mass of knowledge, and no marvelous facility compared to a pilot's massed knowledge of the Mississippi, and his marvelous facility in handling it. And how easily and comfortably the pilot's memory does its work! How placidly effortless is its way! How unconsciously it lays up its vast stores, hour by hour, day by day, and never loses or mislays a single valuable package of them all. Take an instance. Let a leadsman say, "Half Twain, half Twain, half Twain, half Twain, half Twain," until it becomes as monotonous as the ticking of a clock. Let conversations be going on all the time, and the pilot be doing his share of the talking, and no longer consciously listening to the leadsman, and in the midst of this endless string of half Twains let a single "quarter Twain" be interjected without emphasis, and then the half Twain cry go on again just as before. 2 or 3 weeks later that pilot can describe with precision the boat's position in the river when that quarter Twain was uttered, and give you such a lot of head marks, stern marks, and side marks to guide you that you ought to be able to take the boat there and put her in that same spot again yourself. The cry of "Quarter Twain" did not really take his mind from his talk, but his trained faculties instantly photographed the bearings, noted the change of depth, and laid up the important details for future reference without requiring any assistance from him in the matter. Young Clemens went through all that appalling training, stored away in his head the bewildering mass of knowledge a pilot's duties required, received the license that was the diploma of the River University, entered into regular employment, and regarded himself as established for life, when the outbreak of the Civil War wiped out his occupation at a stroke and made his weary apprenticeship a useless labor. The commercial navigation of the lower Mississippi was stopped by a line of fire, and black, squat gunboats, their sloping sides plated with railroad iron, took the place of the gorgeous white side-wheelers whose pilots had been the envied aristocrats of the river towns. Clemens was in New Orleans when Louisiana seceded, and started north the next day. The boat ran a blockade every day of her trip, and on the last night of the voyage the batteries at the Jefferson Barracks, just below St. Louis, fired 2 shots through her chimneys. Brought up in a slave-holding atmosphere, Mark Twain naturally sympathized at first with the South. In June he joined the Confederates in Rawls County, Missouri, as a second lieutenant under General Tom Harris. His military career lasted for 2 weeks. Narrowly missing the distinction of being captured by Colonel Ulysses S. Grant, he resigned, explaining that he had become incapacitated by fatigue through persistent retreating. In his subsequent writings he has always treated his brief experience of warfare as a burlesque episode, although the official reports and correspondence of the Confederate commanders speak very respectfully of the work of the raw countrymen of the Harris Brigade. The elder Clemens' brother, Orion, was persona grata to the administration of President Lincoln, and received in consequence an appointment as the first secretary of the new territory of Nevada. He offered his speedily reconstructed junior the position of private secretary to himself, with nothing to do and no salary. The two crossed the plains in an overland coach in 18 days, almost precisely the time it will take to go from New York to Vladivostok when the Trans-Siberian Railway is finished. A year of variegated fortune hunting among the silver mines of the Humboldt and Esmeralda regions followed. Occasional letters written during this time to the leading newspaper of the territory, the Virginia City Territorial Enterprise, attracted the attention of the proprietor, Mr. J. T. Goodman, a man of keen and unerring literary instinct, and he offered the writer the position of local editor on his staff. With the duties of this place were combined those of legislative correspondent at Carson City, the capital. The work of young Clemens created a sensation among the lawmakers. He wrote a weekly letter, spined with barbed personalities. It appeared every Sunday, and on Mondays the legislative business was obstructed with the complaints of members who rose to questions of privilege and expressed their opinion of the correspondent with acerbity. This encouraged him to give his letters more individuality by signing them. For this purpose he adopted the old Mississippi leadsman call for 2 fathoms, 12 feet, Mark Twain. At that particular period dueling was a passing fashion on the Comstock. The refinements of Parisian civilization had not penetrated there, and a Washoe duel seldom left more than 1 survivor. The weapons were always Colt's Navy revolvers, distance 15 paces, fire and advance 6 shots allowed. Mark Twain became involved in a quarrel with Mr. Laird, the editor of the Virginia Union, and the situation seemed to call for a duel. Neither combatant was an expert with a pistol, but Mark Twain was fortunate enough to have a second who was. The men were practicing in adjacent gorges, Mr. Laird doing fairly well, and his opponent hitting everything but the mark. A small bird lit on a sage bush 30 yards away, and Mark Twain's second fired and knocked off its head. At that moment the enemy came over the ridge, saw the dead bird, observed the distance, and learned from Gillis, the humorous second, that the feat had been performed by Mark Twain, for whom such an exploit was nothing remarkable. They withdrew for consultation, and then offered a formal apology, after which peace was restored, leaving Mark Twain with the honors of war. However, this incident was the means of effecting another change in his life. There was a new law which prescribed 2 years' imprisonment for anyone who should send, carry, or accept a challenge. The fame of the proposed duel had reached the capital 18 miles away, and the governor wrathfully gave orders for the arrest of all concerned, announcing his intention of making an example that would be remembered. A friend of the duelists heard of their danger, outrode the officers of the law, and hurried the parties over the border into California. Mark Twain found a berth as city editor of the San Francisco Morning Call, but he was not adapted to routine newspaper work, and in a couple of years he made another bid for fortune in the mines. He tried the pocket mines of California this time, at Jackass Gulch in Calaveras County, but was fortunate enough to find no pockets. Thus he escaped the hypnotic fascination that has kept some intermittently successful pocket miners willing prisoners in Sierra cabins for life, and in 3 months he was back in San Francisco, penniless, but in the line of literary promotion. He wrote letters for the Virginia Enterprise for a time, but, tiring of that, welcomed an assignment to visit Hawaii for the Sacramento Union and write about the sugar interests. It was in Honolulu that he accomplished one of his greatest feats of straight newspaper work. The clipper Hornet had been burned on the line, and when the skeleton survivors arrived, after a passage of 43 days in an open boat on 10 days' provisions, Mark Twain gathered their stories, worked all day and all night, and threw a complete account of the horror aboard a schooner that had already cast off. It was the only full account that reached California, and it was not only a clean scoop of unusual magnitude, but an admirable piece of literary art. The Union testified its appreciation by paying the correspondent 10 times the current rates for it. After 6 months in the islands, Mark Twain returned to California and made his first venture upon the lecture platform. He was warmly received and delivered several lectures with profit. In 1867 he went east by way of the Isthmus, and joined the Quaker City excursion to Europe and the Holy Land as correspondent of the Alta California of San Francisco. During this tour of 5 or 6 months the party visited the principal ports of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. From this trip grew The Innocents Abroad, the creator of Mark Twain's reputation as a literary force of the first order. The celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County had preceded it, but The Innocents gave the author his first introduction to international literature. 100,000 copies were sold the first year, and as many more later. 4 years of lecturing followed, distasteful but profitable. Mark Twain always shrank from the public exhibition of himself on the platform, but he was a popular favorite there from the first. He was one of a little group, including Henry Ward Beecher and 2 or 3 others, for whom every lyceum committee in the country was bidding, and whose capture at any price ensured the success of a lecture course. The Quaker City excursion had a more important result than the production of The Innocents Abroad. Through her brother, who was one of the party, Mr. Clemens became acquainted with Miss Olivia L. Langdon, the daughter of Jervis Langdon of Elmira, New York, and this acquaintance led, in February, 1870, to one of the most ideal marriages in literary history. 4 children came of this union. The eldest, Langdon, a son, was born November 1870, and died in 1872. The second, Susan Olivia, a daughter, was born in the latter year, and lived only 24 years, but long enough to develop extraordinary mental gifts and every grace of character. 2 other daughters, Clara Langdon and Jean, were born in 1874 and 1880 respectively, and still live,
1899. Mark Twain's first home as a man of family was in Buffalo, in a house given to the bride by her father as a wedding present. He bought a third interest in a daily newspaper, the Buffalo Express, and joined its staff. But his time for jogging in harness was past. It was his last attempt at regular newspaper work, and a year of it was enough. He had become assured of a market for anything he might produce, and he could choose his own place and time for writing. There was a tempting literary colony at Hartford. The place was steeped in an atmosphere of antique peace and beauty, and the Clemens family were captivated by its charm. They moved there in October 1871, and soon built a house which was one of the earliest fruits of the artistic revolt against the mid-century Philistinism of domestic architecture in America. For years it was an object of wonder to the simple-minded tourist. The facts that its rooms were arranged for the convenience of those who were to occupy them, and that its windows, gables, and porches were distributed with an eye to the beauty, comfort, and picturesqueness of that particular house, instead of following the traditional lines laid down by the carpenters and contractors who designed most of the dwellings of the period, distracted the critics, and gave rise to grave discussions in the newspapers throughout the country of Mark Twain's practical joke. The years that followed brought a steady literary development. Roughing It, which was written in 1872 and scored a success hardly second to that of The Innocents, was, like that, simply a humorous narrative of personal experiences, variegated by brilliant splashes of description. But with The Gilded Age, which was produced in the same year in collaboration with Mr. Charles Dudley Warner, the humorist began to evolve into the philosopher. Tom Sawyer, appearing in 1876, was a veritable manual of boy nature, and its sequel, Huckleberry Finn, which was published 9 years later, was not only an advanced treatise in the same science, but a most moving study of the workings of the untutored human soul in boy and man. The Prince and the Pauper, 1882, A Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court, 1890, and Pudd'nhead Wilson, first published serially in 1893-94, were all alive with a comprehensive and passionate sympathy to which their humor was quite subordinate, although Mark Twain never wrote, and probably never will write, a book that could be read without laughter. His humor is as irrepressible as Lincoln's, and like that, it bubbles out on the most solemn occasions. But still, again like Lincoln's, it has a way of seeming, in spite of the surface incongruity, to belong there. But it was in the personal recollections of Joan of Arc, whose anonymous serial publication in 1894-95 betrayed some critics of reputation into the absurdity of attributing it to other authors, notwithstanding the characteristic evidences of its paternity that obtruded themselves on every page, that Mark Twain became most distinctly a prophet of humanity. Here, at last, was a book with nothing ephemeral about it, one that will reach the elemental human heart as well among the flying machines of the next century as it does among the automobiles of today, or as it would have done among the stage-coaches of 100 years ago. And side by side with this spiritual growth had come a growth in knowledge and in culture. The Mark Twain of The Innocents, keen-eyed, quick of understanding, and full of fresh, eager interest in all Europe had to show, but frankly avowing that he did not know what the mischief of the Renaissance was, had developed into an accomplished scholar and a man of the world for whom the globe had few surprises left. The Mark Twain of 1895 might conceivably have written The Innocents Abroad, although it would have required an effort to put himself in the necessary frame of mind. But the Mark Twain of 1869 could no more have written Joan of Arc than he could have deciphered the Maya hieroglyphics. In 1873 the family spent some months in England and Scotland, and Mr. Clemens lectured for a few weeks in London. Another European journey followed in 1878. A tramp abroad was the result of this tour, which lasted 18 months. The Prince and the Pauper, Life on the Mississippi and Huckleberry Finn appeared in quick succession in 1882, 1883, and 1885. Considerably more amusing than anything the humorist ever wrote was the fact that the trustees of some village libraries in New England solemnly voted that Huckleberry Finn, whose power of moral uplift has hardly been surpassed by any book of our time, was too demoralizing to be allowed on their shelves. All this time fortune had been steadily favorable, and Mark Twain had been spoken of by the press, sometimes with admiration, as an example of the financial success possible in literature, and sometimes with uncharitable envy, as a haughty millionaire, forgetful of his humble friends. But now began the series of unfortunate investments that swept away the accumulations of half a lifetime of hard work, and left him loaded with debts incurred by other men. In 1885 he financed the publishing house of Charles L. Webster & Company in New York. The firm began business with the prestige of a brilliant coup. It secured the publication of the Memoirs of General Grant, which achieved a sale of more than 600,000 volumes. The first check received by the Grant heirs was for $200,000, and this was followed a few months later by one for $150,000. These are the largest checks ever paid for an author's work on either side of the Atlantic. Meanwhile, Mr. Clemens was spending great sums on a type-setting machine of such seductive ingenuity as to captivate the imagination of everybody who saw it. It worked to perfection, but it was too complicated and expensive for commercial use, and after sinking a fortune in it between 1886 and 1889, Mark Twain had to write off the whole investment as a dead loss. On top of this, the publishing house, which had been supposed to be doing a profitable business, turned out to have been incapably conducted, and all the money that came into its hands was lost. Mark Twain contributed $65,000 in efforts to save its life, but to no purpose, and when it finally failed he found that it had not only absorbed everything he had put in it, but had incurred liabilities of $96,000, of which less than one-third was covered by assets. He could easily have avoided any legal liability for the debts, but as the credit of the company had been based largely upon his name, he felt bound in honor to pay them. In 1895-96 he took his wife and second daughter on a lecturing tour around the world, wrote Following the Equator, and cleared off the obligations of the house in full. The years 1897, 1898, and 1899 were spent in England, Switzerland, and Austria. Vienna took the family to its heart, and Mark Twain achieved such a popularity among all classes there as is rarely won by a foreigner anywhere. He saw the manufacture of a good deal of history in that time. It was his fortune, for instance, to be present in the Austrian Reichsrath on the memorable occasion when it was invaded by 60 policemen and 16 refractory members were dragged roughly out of the hall. That momentous event in the progress of parliamentary government profoundly impressed him. Mark Twain, although so characteristically American in every fiber, does not appeal to Americans alone, nor even to the English-speaking race. His work has stood the test of translation into French, German, Russian, Italian, Swedish, Norwegian, and Magyar. That is pretty good evidence that it possesses the universal quality that marks the master. Another evidence of its fidelity to human nature is the readiness with which it lends itself to dramatization. The Gilded Age, Tom Sawyer, The Prince and the Pauper, and Pudd'nhead Wilson have all been successful on the stage. In the 38 years of his literary activity, Mark Twain has seen generation after generation of American humorists rise, expand into sudden popularity, and disappear, leaving hardly a memory behind. If he has not written himself out like them, if his place in literature has become every year more assured, it is because his humor has been something radically different from theirs. It has been irresistibly laughter-provoking, but its sole end has never been to make people laugh. Its more important purpose has been to make them think and feel, and with the progress of the years Mark Twain's own thoughts have become finer, his own feelings deeper and more responsive. Sympathy with the suffering, hatred of injustice and oppression, and enthusiasm for all that tends to make the world a more tolerable place for mankind to live in have grown with his accumulating knowledge of life as it is. That is why Mark Twain has become a classic, not only at home, but in all lands whose people read and think about the common joys and sorrows of humanity. End of Chapter 16, Mark Twain, a Biographical Sketch, and end of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman.